All right. We should be live. Can you tell if we're
Yeah,
live? Yeah?
yeah. Yep.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm glad we started this a little later. I was just finishing up Darren McGee's live stream from today. Courage Under Fire, not giving narcissistic bullies what they want. I had to share that with a couple of people that I work with because he for some reason he's tapping into a collective consciousness that just spoke to me today about
Yeah.
some very relevant information. Emmanuel, I have to tell you later on. I want to do your stuff first, but I have to tell you about this racist that came up and threatened me yesterday. An actual fucking racist threatened me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I want to hear about what's going on in South Africa.
Okay.
What the hell's
Okay.
going on? I know you're excited. What is it?
So, quite a lot's happened since the last time we spoke.
Yeah,
The people who were protesting against all this, mass illegal immigration that's happening in South Africa, and that's been happening for years,
yeah.
um, issued a deadline, a date, saying that by the 30th they want all these people gone, basically. So, in a very GM-esque way, they sort of set a date that
Yeah.
was sort of like a do or die,
Yes.
um, and it's escalated all the way up to governments to the point where now people are now threatening to have the army released, and it's now become a whole thing. The left over this, I think today or over the weekend, have had like a sort of a let's get together as left and discuss what's happening because they're all panicking.
Yes.
And I think they sort of gain a sense that they're losing control, and people are finally starting to wake up and see, and perhaps let go of the blind loyalty they've had for the governing party, the ANC, and finally starting to awaken, starting to, to see that to behave in a sort of way that I've been expecting them to behave for a long time, because as I've been saying, especially to Sai, that South Africans as a whole, and I think as a nation, are centre right and quite nationalistic,
Yeah.
um, and patriotic, you name it. Yeah. So people are sort of rediscovering their true beliefs,
Yeah.
and sort of waking up from the. I could liken it to how people sort of woke up to the nonsense that was workers. You know, um, it's sort of that kind of awakening. People sort of
Yeah.
realize that, oh, this is what the hell, sort of like we're being possessed for the past couple of decades or whatever.
Right.
So yeah, quite a lot of stuff has happened. Let me just see here because I've got a few things saved um, on my Ghost account. I used to troll people and
Yeah.
burn people whenever I see someone posting with something really ridiculous. Um, yeah, so let's just see here. Let's see, where should we start? Where shall we start?
Let's see.
Hmm.
The trolling. Speaking of
Okay.
trolling, while I was waiting for you, I sent Johnny Midnight some torture.
Oh yeah.
I don't often get the opportunity to torture that man, but I had to send him something I saw on Instagram. It was so funny.
Yeah. Oh man. I need to let me just
Mm.
there's so much to go through. Let me actually wrote something, compile something just to sort of get the idea of what's happening.
Yeah.
Something I could just read out quickly. Um okay. So just to give a sort of background into what's happening. The citizen-led March and March, that's the name of the movement. March and March movement in South Africa, alongside allied pressure groups like Operation Tudula and various other political parties, has taken a hardline nationalist stance against undocumented migration. Their core argument is built upon the premise of South Africa first, a claim that the post-apartheid state has completely lost control of its borders, and that the legal, social, and economic fabric of the country is collapsing under the weight of an unmitigated influx of undocumented foreign nationals. The movement positions its campaign not as a racial or xenophobic crusade, but as the lawful defense of national sovereignty, resource preservation, and economic survival. Right. So, to get into the core arguments of this movement that's growing in South Africa, um, the movement's public anger is driven by deep-seated frustrations regarding the status of South African infrastructure and society. The argument relies on several critical points, which I'll just go through quickly. First, unemployment and economic crisis. South Africans, particularly working class youths in townships and urban areas, are being locked out of the domestic economy. The movement argues that undocumented immigrants are taking up jobs in sectors like hospitality, construction, domestic work, and retail, because unscrupulous business owners exploit them with sub-minimum wages, essentially, avoiding the strictures of South African labor laws. South Africa is currently facing a staggering unemployment rate of nearly 33%, with youth unemployment regularly soaring past 50%. The country remains one of the most unequal societies in the world, and the desperation for jobs has left local populations feeling economically displaced in their own country. Right, so point two, the extreme pressure on state resources and infrastructure. Public amenities, specifically healthcare, public schools, and housing, are heavily overstretched. The movement argues that South African citizens are forced to wait in endless queues at public clinics or are denied beds because undocumented migrants who do not contribute to the formal tax base are occupying those resources.
Mm.
The South African public health system is notoriously underfunded and perpetually on the brink of collapse. Hospital administrators in provinces like Gauteng and Limpopo, these different provinces in South Africa, have frequently raised concerns about the disproportionate number of undocumented foreign nationals accessing maternity and emergency services, for which provincial budgets are under-allocated. Point three, crime and the collapse of border control. The movement routinely links undocumented immigration to the proliferation of specific criminal enterprises such as drug trafficking, illegal mining, and table theft, and others. They contend that because these individuals are unregistered, they can commit crimes and evade detection by the South African Police Service. Furthermore, they argue the Department of Home Affairs, which is like our immigration, I could say, not really, but it's the guys who handle the population registry, so citizenship and all that stuff. Uh, would that be the State Department? No, equivalent in the States. I'm not sure. But anyway, they argue that the Department of Home Affairs is hopelessly corrupt and incapable of deporting immigration offenders. South Africa has one of the highest violent crime rates globally. Large-scale syndicates running illegal gold mines have routinely engaged in violent turf wars, often involving heavily armed and documented miners from neighboring countries. While crime is a systemic issue, the lack of biometric tracking for undocumented migrants severely hinders local law enforcement. Right. So that's just to give you a bit of a background on what's happening with the movement. I also prepared a bit of, just sort of give to highlight some of the criticisms that people have for this movement, and just sort of push back on them as well. The tactics used by March and March, including setting a strict deadline for all undocumented immigrants to leave the country, have drawn fierce pushback from human rights organizations and Pan-Africanists.
The
Here's some of the,
Pan-Africans.
yeah, anything that has pan, just, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So they say, puts it on one, the movement is inherently xenophobic and fuels Afrophobia. So just for context, because we are all black in Africa, they can't pull the typical stunt of saying people who push back against illegal immigration are being racist. So they've come up with a special term for when you have people being of the same race, which is xenophobia. So as soon as you try to push back on the stuff, they call you xenophobic. Or in our case, they call you Afrophobic, right? Um, so yeah, human rights watchdogs argue that March March selectively targets black African immigrants from Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Lesotho, stoking a dangerous, violent brand of xenophobia that violates basic human dignity.
Hmm.
Right?
Right.
Proponents of the movement reject the xenophobia label as a gaslighting tactic used by liberal elites. They state that their campaign is strictly against illegal immigration, not foreign nationals in general. They point out that legal immigrants, highly skilled expats, and documented refugees are not the targets. They argue that demanding a country enforce its own borders is a standard feature of global sovereignty, practiced by the UK, the US, and EU states, and that calling South Africa xenophobic for wanting their laws respected is an unfair double standard.
Yes.
Right. Criticism number two is that immigrants are being used as scapegoats for ruling parties' failures. Um, Critics argue that the true causes of South Africa's misery are decades of institutional corruption, incompetence, rolling blackouts, and I'm sure we've discussed this before, and poor economic management by the government.
Mhm.
Blaming undocumented immigrants is merely an easy distraction. That's the typical criticism.
Right.
Right. To which the movement would say, um, both of these things can be simultaneously true. So Much explicitly blames the government for its ineptitude, particularly noting that the Department of Home Affairs has completely failed to secure the borders. However, they counter that acknowledging government failure does not magically erase the additional um, compounding pressure of millions of undocumented persons living within the country. They argue that even a perfectly run developing country would collapse under the weight of such high levels of unregulated migration.
Yes.
Yeah. So criticism number three now. South Africa owes a historical debt to its neighbors for supporting the anti-apartheid struggle. So this is one of the ones that has infuriated South Africans. Um, Pan-Africanists argue that neighboring frontline states like Zimbabwe and Zambia sheltered ANC freedom fighters during apartheid, suffering immense economic and military retaliation from the white minority regime, which was ruling South Africa at the time. Therefore, South Africa must keep its borders open out of solidarity. Right. So, March and March argue that a historical debt cannot be paid with the permanent economic suicide of the modern South African working
It
class.
is suicide.
Yeah.
Economic suicide. Yes.
They state that the generation currently suffering from 32% unemployment had nothing to do with the geopolitics of the 1980s. Furthermore, they point out that South Africa has spent 30 years contributing to the region's economy, and that true Pan Africanism requires neighboring countries to fix their own broken governments so their citizens aren't forced to flee in the first place. Right?
Right.
Criticism four, mass deportations and deadlines violate the Constitution and international law. Right, so all of a sudden, law is important. Legal experts highlight that setting an arbitrary deadline for undocumented people to leave or threatening civilian shutdowns violates the South African Constitution, due process, and international treaties regarding asylum seekers.
Mm.
Well, that's another topic we need to get into. The movement asserts that this is now the March movement asserts that the primary constitutional duty of any government is to protect its own citizens first. when states systematically fails to enforce the Immigration Act, the citizenry has a democratic right to peacefully mobilize and demand mass enforcement.
Mhm.
They contend that legal technicalities are being used as a shield to perpetuate a lawless status quo, and that extraordinary social mobilization is required to force a passive government into action. So yeah, that's basically the sort of summary that I've got because I thought we're being much more concise to get through things like that. So
Yeah.
having given you this sort of background, I'd just like to give you some more, clips and things, interesting things for you to react to and see, and just see how this is sort of played out. Because what's happened is that you've had a sort of splitting of politics. You've got the Pan Africanists who seem to believe that they have some divine right to be in South Africa, and who who tell us that they came here because they're running away from persecution or wars or whatever. But their countries are safe. There's no war. They don't want to go back. Then they simultaneously, because out of spite, out of just reaction to this thing, this pressure of go back home. Then they decide South Africa is not all that. And it's like, so which is it?
Yeah.
And then there's the whole thing of calling South Africans xenophobic and all that. It's like, if we are so xenophobic, why are you pushing? Why are you insisting on staying here? Go back home. You know.
Mhm. Mhm.
So let's see if I can share a couple of
Okay.
screen or two.
By the way,
Um,
hello Tom. Hello Gone with John. CJ, good to see you. Mescaline Dreamer, good to see you. Hey, I wanted to talk to you, Mescaline Dreamer, about those old encyclopedias you said you had.
let's see. Let me get this on here.
It'd be nice to have
One
a chat
second.
one day.
Okay.
Would like to give you a wrench, but I don't know if you're a real person or a cult member. Still not sure on that.
Let's close a few things here.
Mm-hmm.
To second. I've got a few tabs open.
I have two that I wanted to show you later. Some
Okay.
really good things that I saw.
I literally have like a folder for stream.
Yes.
It's
Trying
gonna
to
be
bring your presentation game up. Thanks to Gray,
yeah,
huh?
it's gonna be a bit of a gauntlet. Yeah, Gray's also a bit of inspiration. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get through
We
a
think there's
few clips.
something wrong with what you're doing here, the type
Seeing
of
this?
businesses you're running.
Yeah.
There's no order, you're not accountable, and you're making the streets really look dirty. They think you're hating because they have never really known order. And one of the mistakes that the government of South Africa has done, this is also a problem in Europe right now. They let immigrants from all the broken countries, they let them in their country without any formal training of how they should be conducting themselves whatsoever, or at least a test when they're applying for a visa or something like that. And now this has created this bigger problem. And it's so unfair right now that people can look at South Africans and blame them of xenophobia when there is clear evidence of pressure in the public service, from the hospitals, from the schools, from pretty much everything. Because what happens is most of the illegal immigrants, they benefit from the public service, for all the public services, but they contribute very little because they are unaccountable. They're not in the system. So they take all the good stuff, and then when it's time to pay up, they don't really participate in the paying stuff because they're in this gray area where they can choose to participate in the economy legally. They can also just choose to opt out. And this gives them a very unfair advantage. But there is this problem in Africa where you're not supposed to call out problems when they appear simply because of skin color. There's this whole
Right?
stupid Pan-Africanist narrative that people like to parrot. But these are our sisters and brothers. Yeah, sure, but they also have to still be accountable. You cannot just watch cities being destroyed and crime rising, and then you just have to keep quiet simply because they're your brothers and sisters. Let me tell you something also. You have to understand that skin color is not enough for creating some form of alliance. The average South African, the average black South African has a lot more in common than with a white South African than they have with, let's say, a black Congolese person. Culturally, of course. So let's not use race as some form of a basis to create an alliance that is not compatible at all. There's a lot of incompatibility between South Africans, locals, with immigrants that come from other countries. And if people want to live in South Africa, I think it's on, or in any other country for that matter, you move to a new country, you conform to the norms of that country. You don't expect the people in that country to conform to you. And then also, and people say, but they don't give the same energy to white immigrants. Yeah, of course, because of proximity. When they walk in Joburg CBD, in its shitty, filthy state that it is right now, who do you see they're vending on the streets pretty much in all major cities right now in South Africa? Who do they see they're competing the jobs with? In the neighborhoods, who are the people that they live with? The majority of people that live in townships. They're not, their neighbor is not some white person, right? They're competing for resources with the next African immigrant. So of course, people will point out to the things that they find concern with. Who is whoever is peddling drugs that they know, it's more likely an illegal immigrant from an African origin. We should not shy away from these problems. It's just reality and we have to deal with it and get it fixed. But this mindset of trying to hide away from problems is exactly what even the South African government itself is suffering from. They don't want to address the hard stuff. There are countries or there are nations that are creating more problems than others. There are certain crimes that's more prevalent in certain nationalities than others. Like, these are real and they need to be addressed. So millions of immigrants live in South Africa. They live perfectly fine. But obviously when there's a lot more stress economically, unemployment, you will see more and more outrage like what's going on right now. But on average, South Africans aren't xenophobic at all. This same thing is happening in Europe as well. People are starting to complain about illegal immigration because of all the problems that it's creating. The problem is illegal immigrants take the same cultures and customs that is responsible for destroying their own countries, and they like to import it into the new countries that they move into. I think that is a wrong move, and it needs to be called out. South Africans are not xenophobic. They just want to demand law and order, and they want to live in a functional country. If you want to run a business, get it registered, have all the paperwork, but also this falls into the government. They have to implement systems that are clear, quick, efficient, online for people to get legalized. Instead of the way Home Affairs work, it's really like 1940s style. And it just makes things a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
We think that...
Oh, there you go.
See, but Emmanuel, you know what's crazy about this specifically? Like, that's also true in companies.
Yeah.
That like give jobs to people from, like, say, hood rat and ghetto fucking lying, cheating, stealing cultures. Like, they bring that degeneracy into companies, and then it becomes kind of culture. Like, and what I don't understand is the people in leadership holding those people to the same standards and policies of the company. Instead, they're like, oh, they can't do any better. Here, we got to baby them. Here, like, give them all the things, even though they're not assimilating into even the workplace culture. Like, it's the same issue. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it personally, but
it's annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you have like an established, I was having an exchange with a few of these guys on Twitter, and I was trying to explain to one of the guys that, let's speak on the scale on the scope of countries. a country is not like you know, a lot of these globalists want countries to be treated like airports. I don't know if you've ever seen those lounges in airports where you know like the executives sort of like sit there and have their coffees and all that stuff. They sort of like treat countries like that, and it's we know this is a specific land with a specific history belonging to a specific people,
Hmm.
right? And South Africans do not take kindly to having that washed out by this globalist agenda.
Yeah.
We don't want to have a situation where we look at our national team and it's full of surnames that we don't recognize.
Right.
We don't want to
Right.
have. There's literally like we currently like you guys are going to be hosting the World Cup,
Yep.
and our squad that's going there has one guy who's got a Nigerian surname, and people are pushing back crazy, and there's this thing of like, because in our culture you can't be, you are what your father is,
Yeah.
right? So you don't get to say I live here, therefore I'm one of you. That's not something that's sort of given away. Like if you have, it's and then there's a whole lot of cultural, like you were saying, like there's a whole lot of like we have a lot of cultural differences that just make us incompatible with these people, and this is why I sympathize so much with say, for example, the Brits, with the Italians, with the Spanish guys who are pushing back, with the Dutch, who are pushing back against all these Africans who are flooding their countries, because we have the exact same thing, and we're experiencing the exact same problems, and we all black this side, you know.
Right. 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 So,
So,
so
so
they
it's
can't
not a
use
sin. It's
use
not
racist. They just say you're xenophobic.
exactly. So
Yeah.
it's not a race thing, and it's been very interesting to see how the media has especially the international media, the likes of BBC, DW, that's the one from Germany, um, and a lot of these other guys have been pushing this narrative of South Africa being xenophobic, just pushing it, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
And ironically, the guys who've been the most, fair have been the state media from South Africa, and actually pushing back against the government itself, which is kind of crazy when you think about it, because of all the people who you'd expect to be, you know, towing the line, you'd expect the state media itself to be, you know.
Hmm.
I don't know if there's like a sort of unspoken realization that these are these are signs of the fact that the ANC is on its way out, and even the people who are working for the ANC, or are working for a state that is governed by the ANC, are seeing that this thing is on its last legs. It,
Yeah.
it's on its way out. And once people spot weakness, what's that saying about how power doesn't like a vacuum?
Yeah.
So when the government recedes, when it stops showing that it's strong and able to run its states, and able to, once it starts to prioritize enrichment to the point of collapse, to the point of people starting to realize that you don't even care about enforcing laws anymore. You don't even care about pretending like you abide by laws. You're so wrapped up in, internal party politics of who's going to get what position and who's going to be getting what salary, that you've totally lost track of what you're supposed to do. Like you've lost, no longer, you no longer have your eye on the ball, and everyone
Yeah.
can see that now, and people are taking advantage of it.
Yeah.
And what we're seeing is different movements coming up, pulling up, sort of like poking the bear. We have
Yeah.
people saying from Lesotho now, saying they want to get their land back from South Africa because whatever, you know, old claim from back in the day. It's sort of like if you were to have Mexico say they want to get California back. That's
Or
that sort of thing.
Texas.
Or Texas.
Yeah,
Uh, um,
good luck.
Exactly.
We have most of the guns.
Exactly. But if you don't show power, if you don't show strength,
Yeah.
people will test you.
Oh, yes, they will.
You see, and
Mhm.
yeah, so that's what we're seeing. Anyway, the point is we're not compatible with these guys. We have there's this thing we have in South Africa, for example. We have the what's the English dowry, but it's like in the opposite direction. And once that's done, you take your wife. This is South African culture, when I say South African, so Black South African culture. You take your wife and you go back to your land, and you build your house there, your homestead. You don't come as a Nigerian, for example, get a wife in South Africa and stay in South Africa. That's totally against our culture.
Yeah.
We are not supposed to have kids with, especially if it's particularly for men. We are not supposed to have kids with foreign surnames in South Africa. If the law and the government was not this liberal nonsense and actually reflected the will of the people, we wouldn't have any confusion about people playing for our national team. It would be very clear, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, these are the sorts of things that we have now, sorts of discussions that South Africans are having. If you allow me, I'll just switch over to
Okay.
another
Hello,
thing here.
Johnny. Did you enjoy that torture? Good to see you.
Okay, this is an immigrant from, or a person from Zimbabwe who's having a discussion, I think, with someone else who's not South African, and explaining to them how, essentially explaining our side of things. So, if you just bear with me.
Like you are now fighting another generation later because you were born here. Now you have IDs. And this one is come yesterday. That's another level. But the third level, which is most unfamiliar, is when I tell all the foreigners that are in South Africa, from Zimbabwe and the southern hinterland, that it is right. You must leave the country. They must leave. Why? Because maybe South Africa never went to war. The foreigners, when they come into the country, they allow the white people to abuse them because they don't have permits, they don't have the right papers. So where the South African employer, the white man, must be paying 3,000 rand to an employee, he can pay 1,500 to a Zimbabwean.
Okay.
Where you can have one worker, you can have two. And the South Africans, when they come in there and they unionize and they want the salary put at the problem now are the foreigners who are accepting less salaries than those that must be paid by the government statutory requirement. So the business community is breaking the law by employing unregistered foreigners at the expense of employing the locals who must be demanding the equal salary. I look around and I must be objective. Based on that, people must go home. And to be more truthful, any foreigner who is in South Africa is not going there to live there and die there. We are just going there to make money. After we make money, we want to go back to our countries. That's the honest truth. So when the owners and the local residents are asking for space to do that, then we must also accept. But the most artificial level is that some of these people that come to South Africa, those that have education and are qualified, will do the right thing and get papers and contribute towards the tax.
Okay.
But then those that come to make quick buck, then that's where crime is breeding, where drugs are breeding, where human trafficking is happening, where illegitimate business is happening. And West, particularly Nigeria and Ghana, biggest import they've brought to South Africa is not technology, churches, prophets, contraception, terminating pregnancies, bleaching, and hair, what? Which are, you look around and say, yes, you're my brother, but this does not really contribute towards the economy. In some certain cases, in Hillbrow, in Durban, where I've lived, you actually find that they're now running syndicates of permanent destruction of the South African community. They don't do drugs, Nigerians, but they will sell them to the local people. So you want to put all those factors together, maybe And I think you'll be able to understand what you call xenophobia or Afrophobia. Let's call it number one, economic exclusion. Number two, an industrial with extraction model, which does not allow expansion of business. And thirdly, you might want to look at that as misunderstanding of a historical context of relationships beyond the borders, and ultimately the amount of crime. Of course, the foreigner becomes the easiest target because the white men, the Chinese, the Portuguese, the Italian, and of late, they just shipped in some Israelis also to come and stay in Cape Town.
Yeah.
So even if it is Afrophobia or xenophobia, I think there are lots of factors
Yeah.
that we can look at, which is causing the South African uprising.
But that's the thing, because there are many races in terms of foreigners in South Africa. But all we are seeing is the few Afrophobic, not all, the few Afrophobic South Africans going at African immigrants and not Indians, not the white people. And that's why I'm like, well, is this really
Yeah. So what you have there is two Pan-Africanists, especially the one on the left of the video, sort of getting the message, but then still like putting in the race politics, the you know, like how he said there, he said
White men, bad part.
white people exploit, and it's like, no, this is this is with the black middle class, they do the same thing. You know? So it's not a race thing. And then again, why is it only focused on us and not on the rest? The vast majority of illegal immigrants in South Africa are black Africans. By far.
Yeah.
So if you're going to say, when I see one or two videos, what are the chances of you seeing those videos and finding Indians or Chinese?
Right.
You know, and he doesn't even go to say, okay, I've tried to look for maybe a statement from these movements or something. If they actually explicitly say we are targeting Africans, or if it's like, no, we are targeting all illegal immigrants. It's just that you will only see Africans because that's what the people who you follow will show you, right? As opposed to an objective view of what's actually happening. And there was recently, I think a day or two ago, they found some Chinese nationals who were here illegally and engaged in some criminal activity, and Chinese officials were posting, congratulating South Africans on finding these things and hoping that the investigation will be sorted out quickly. And I'm pretty sure if those people are sent back to China, they will face serious repercussions.
Oh yeah.
Now, compare that to how African countries have responded to us saying, we've got some of your nationals here and they commit some crime. They try to turn around and say that we are the bad guys.
Yeah. What is that about? When you're pointing out crime, shit that's fucking illegal, why are you getting the finger pointed at you, saying you're the bad one for pointing it out?
The government of Ghana recently took about 300 people from, and I think the plan is to take a lot more as part of a program to sort of take people who are, quote, fleeing South Africa, because that's how they want to frame it. They want to frame it as they're fleeing South Africa. South Africa is just this basket case, and you know that's they're people. They're this good government that's coming in to take its people to save them, and they're going to give them job opportunities and all of that. And it's just like, okay, fine, but on your way there, please point out the fact that we just processed the people that you got on this flight, and we found that out of the 300, only 10 were here legally.
Right.
If that's anything to go by, can you understand the scale of illegal immigration that we have?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So if that's representative, that would be saying, you look at your average foreigner, let's say if it's representative for all immigration, chances are, right, there's like less than 4% chance that this person is illegal.
That's a small number.
Only 4%.
Yeah. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, pretty bad. And
that's
so,
a lot of drain on a
that's a lot of
third
drain.
world country's tax
with the highest
system.
unemployment rate,
Yeah.
with all these things that it's trying to solve, all these challenges it's trying to solve, and you just bombard it with the entire continent.
Yeah.
And the ANC, the government has got this attitude of we assume that they would be able to integrate, as though integration means they just sort of disappear into nothing, into thin air, and it's like, no, these people come in and they start setting up little Somalias, little Lagos, little Nigeria, little you name it somewhere, and people hate that because like now you're turning my country into something I don't recognize.
Yeah.
What you're supposed to do is to come in the few of you, be scattered all over the country, forced to integrate, or keep your head down, do what you need to do, and get out. Don't come in and start setting up kingdoms like I think I explained to you the last time.
Yeah.
Person inaugurating a king in the land that has a king.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the utmost disrespect. Imagine if I were to go to England and call myself the king of, I don't know, London.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah. That's pretty insane.
And it's just how brazen they are. And
Yeah.
how entitled they are. And when you call
Right.
them out, they play victim, but they still insulting you.
Right.
And
I wonder what leads to that level of fucking entitlement. It had to have been cultivated over time, right? These people just don't wake up and are like, hey, I'm gonna be an entitled fuck for the rest of my life over here now. Like it has to be.
GM, just to give you an idea of how patriotic South Africans are.
Yeah.
South Africans at the height of apartheid, right? You know how all these Africans are saying, we helped you during apartheid, so you guys must, basically saying we must be willing to house their people and let them come here and do whatever they want.
Right. I did this thing for you back then. Now you owe me. Like,
GM, at the height of apartheid, do you know how many South Africans left? Like essentially fled South Africa because the government was chasing them.
how many?
40,000.
40,000. Okay.
In total, that's during the entirety of the struggle. 40,000.
Don't you have millions of illegals in your country?
That's the point.
You have 40 million.
Yes. 40,000 South Africans scattered all over the world, mostly in Africa, obviously. So that's 40,000.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe Nigeria has like 5,000. I don't know. Maybe Mozambique had a couple thousand here. Maybe other countries had a couple hundred. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think Nigeria, if I'm not correct, had 1,000 South Africans that was housing. How many? I think how many hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Nigerians in South Africa now?
Yeah. Is that
And
like
yet
the
they still
majority? Is that the
haven't-
majority from that country? The majority of your illegal immigrants from Nigeria?
No.
Okay.
The majority would be from. Would be a toss up between Mozambique and Zimbabwe, and I assume it's Zimbabwe. We've got like a third of the population here.
Jesus.
Yeah.
A third of their
Because
country.
Mugabe collapsed that country, and obviously with that happening, South Africa is such the powerhouse of Africa is right next door. You have every incentive to, and you have like this porous border that has literally no, I wish I'd saved some of these videos of the border so that you see how non-existent it is. Mind you, prior to the handing over of power to the ANC, our border had an electric fence all across the country. So that's I'm talking the entire border. Electric fence, and what the ANC did after, as part of solidarity, they removed it. GM.
All of it?
Out of stupidity, there's like basically no border now. We have like a fence, like the sort of fences that you see like on a farm, you know? It's not a
Yeah.
border. It's a couple posts, some wires in between, like, you know? So it's a joke,
Your
really.
borders. Yeah, your borders. Your border's 1.8 times larger than Texas's border.
Yeah.
It's a lot of land to cover.
That's a lot of land to cover. And
Yeah.
mind you, we have because
80% larger. Jesus.
yeah,
And that little electric fence you had got.
got
Man.
got chopped,
Yeah.
and the guys took it down because there's this thing with lefties and like stupid tokenistic gestures of like conquering, like renaming towns, renaming streets, taking down the border, all sorts of nonsense that like it's like, but how does that actually serve you? But perhaps before doing that, you should ask yourself why it was there in the first place,
Yeah.
you know? And for people who, the most painful thing about it is that the people who suffer the consequences of their actions are the people who were not there in the first place. The people
Right.
who were born perhaps 10 years after that,
Yeah.
Who weren't even alive to, when these decisions were taken.
Yeah, and I bet none of those people would be willing to take the front door off their house. Like,
Yeah. I saw a lot of like some of the guys who at the so spearheading this movement are saying one of the guys I actually saw a video before I came here. He was saying that if any of these legal immigrants see it as a joke that the whole thing of them having to leave by the 30th of June, and think that they should be listening to some of these leaders like like Julius Malema. There's been a huge pushback against him, by the way. So they said, feel free to take your if you're not going to leave, go build a shack in that person's yard. Otherwise, get out of the country.
yeah.
Because we will not be dictated to by people who don't feel the direct impact of these people in this country and the sorts of things that they do. Go
Yeah.
sell your drugs to their children. Don't sell them to our children. Sell them to the children of the politicians who want to keep you here.
Yeah.
The poison food that's like or expired food that you guys sell to South Africans, sell it to them. We've had kids die from the stuff that these people sell, GM. And there was a case in KZN, that's in Zululand, where one of the mayors was pushing for the people to leave, and then they went to the courts. Foreigners, GM, illegal foreigners, went to the courts and applied. I forget what the formal name of the thing that it is, but they essentially like stopped the guy from kicking him out, right? So the people then said, "Oh, okay, we asked for you to leave. You didn't leave. The mayor asked you to leave. You didn't leave. You went to the courts. You stopped the mayor from making you leave. Now we're going to loot your shops because clearly you didn't hear sense, right? So what does that get turned into? Oh, these South Africans are just crazy people who are hungry, who just want to loot from the illegal immigrants who are hard workers and striving. They're just jealous of their success. That's how they frame it. It's like, no, you should have left. This is frustration. This is not people. They've had 30 years of post democracy, South Africa to loot from you. Why choose to loot from you today? Clearly, there's a reason. But
Right.
nowadays, no one ever asks what are the, what happened before what this picture that we're seeing on our social media. What led up to what we're seeing? That's never asked. It's just imbibe the narrative that you fed, totally just take it in, you know,
Yeah.
never question. So yeah, that's the sort of nonsense we have in SA.
Mm.
Let me see. Uh,
So you guys gave them till the 30th of June.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So like, what's interesting about
I like that date. 30th of
yeah,
June. That gives them a fucking month to get their shit together for people
they
to
were told
start.
even before that. So they were told like it's been a long time. They've been telling them for like months now,
Mm.
and you know people sort of take it for granted. And the problem is that the people who've taken it for granted didn't realize that this sort of thing has a snowball effect. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
it grows, and the closer you get to the date, the more agitated people are. I'm sure somewhere in South Africa, there's Africans who've had their daughters be prostituted, you know, raped, trafficked, um, kids killed from eating, you know, rat poison laced food, you know, people who've been shot at. Uh, some of the activists, like I think it was a week ago, an activist was shot 5 times, killed. This is one of these anti-illegal immigrants activists killed. A day or two ago, another one was killed in the northwest, shot 17 times.
Mm.
Yeah. So this is sort of nonsense that's happening in South Africa, and people are I'm sure there's South Africans somewhere who have got criminal intent, who've got violent intent, you know, and they're just waiting for the go.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Yeah. I saw some other guy. I, I don't even know. Sometimes you think it's a skit. The way it's so like, whoa, you know, like there's no way. Surely you would post that, you know. And guys are
No.
like sharpening their knives, like saying, we, while you guys are protesting and marching and being all peaceful, we'll sit in our homes. Call us when it's time to fight.
Right. Right. I feel like something similar is going on in my country too. Like there's people that have been waiting for some kind of revolution to happen.
Oh yeah. This was trying to say to you, GM, about the whole white genocide thing, and I was saying to you that if anything, the people who are actually at risk of genocide are these illegal African immigrants. They're the ones who are at risk of genocide. With the temperature that I'm sensing in South Africa, they are the ones who are at, you know, serious risk of having a mob. In Cape Town, I think it was somewhere in the Western Cape, there were kids, school kids, who were mobbing illegal immigrants. Like people have had it, GM.
ICE tryouts.
Like I'm talking
Community
kids,
organized ICE agents. Yeah.
exactly like that. If like okay, that's another point that I like to bring up. Like a lot of the people will say you should blame the government for not you know direct your frustrations at the government, not at illegal immigrants, as
Right.
though this is not like it doesn't take two to tango in this situation.
Right.
And they don't seem to understand that the government is it seems to be compromised from our perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Like the sheer inaction, the sheer unwillingness to act. And not only that, they turn around and then call South Africans xenophobic.
Right.
Can you imagine people who you voted for turning around and choosing to prioritize illegal immigrants over the people who voted for them?
Mm-hmm.
In
Well,
fact, who do you serve?
yeah. I don't know. I sense some of that going on in workplaces. It's like the government or leadership is fucking failing hardcore. So
Oh yeah.
the people down below are starting to. I mean, it's kind of maybe the incompetent diversity hires could be seen as illegal immigrants. right? Because they don't actually add
South
to the
Africa keeps
productivity. They just siphon off the system, right? So then
Yeah.
the good people that produce and
Oh,
and
yeah.
care about, the future of where they're at, start getting fucking resentful. And because
GM.
leadership does nothing about holding, the incompetent accountable, it builds resentment.
It's a perfect,
Even though it's leadership's role, but
exactly.
they create a hostile fucking work environment.
Yep.
Like,
it-
what the fuck?
Now, okay. Let's dig a little deeper.
I mean, because the people will sort out the people if leadership fucking fails, but then they're going to get blamed for it, even though it's
Exactly.
leadership's fucking fault.
Okay, just one question. What's
Yeah.
because in the case of South Africa, the question is, what is this thing that they stand to gain from picking the person who doesn't contribute over the
Mhm.
person who does?
Mm.
Clearly,
I-
this, like knowing in the case of politicians, right? I'll say
Uh-huh.
they are extremely self-interested and narcissistic. It's kind of like
Mhm.
it's damn near the requirements for the job.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
so you have to ask yourself, self-centered people who are clearly narcissistic,
Right.
I mean, like they self-select for that. What
They do.
like it's easy to assume that there must be something that benefits them that is
Yes.
that they're clearly prioritizing
Yeah.
over whatever they get from serving the people.
Right.
Now the question is, what is that? What in the case of the
think-
company?
I think
What's the
it's
thing that-
feeling better about themselves. Like they surround people with people that need them, right?
Yeah.
They feel a sense of need. Like when I witness it, I see it as displaced fucking mommy energy. I'm like, why are you coddling a fucking grown ass person? Why does your
Yeah.
voice change when you're talking to a person like that? Like, why are you kid gloving this adult in this environment in front of so many other fucking adults? Like,
Yeah.
I think because there was another thing that happened recently that somebody I was looking forward to seeing join the team in leadership was not. Even though she was told she had a spot, she ended up not having a spot because I think these white guilt ridden fucking people in leadership want to surround themselves
Token.
with the tokens. They put the in. I can't tell if it's malicious or just fucking incompetent or fear. But these people will choose a black woman over anybody else. Like, why? And then they try to force other people. Oh, just have patience with them, and we'll figure it
There
out.
has to be something that they gain. Like in the case of say
I think it's feeling better about themselves when they're surrounded by. Because another person explained it to me, like these people are afraid to have people around them that can outperform them, like that could somehow advance over them, that will make them look bad. Like these tokens will always make the person above them look amazing comparatively, right?
Okay, yes. Now that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's like a twisted version of validation.
Yes. Yeah.
Like I feel like I'm number one because I've just surrounded myself with people who are so incompetent.
Yes. And I have to baby them, and I get to hold their
Right.
hand, and I get to teach them things, and I get to have the patience, and then I get to instruct other people to mother them too. Like,
Yeah.
it's fucking gross.
Yeah.
It's so gross, Emmanuel.
It's pretty much the same sort of incentive structure.
Yeah.
Like this clip actually sort of asked the same question about what's happening here.
I think
South Africa
Sorry, one
Go
second.
ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
keeps talking about porous borders, like there's some unfortunate accident that nobody can figure out how to solve. And I don't buy that anymore. I think we need to start asking a much more uncomfortable question, which is who actually benefits from the borders remaining weak? Because when something continues for years, decade after decade, despite endless promises, task teams, budget allocations, military deployments, border fences, home affairs upgrades, and international partnerships, at some point, you have to stop calling it incompetence alone. You have to start looking at the incentives. South Africa is not some tiny countries with no institutional capacity whatsoever. This is a state capable of running highly complex banking systems, advanced financial markets, large scale mining operations, and sophisticated telecommunications infrastructure. So, how is it that the state suddenly becomes powerless when it comes to tracking movement across borders? Weak borders create an environment where confusion becomes profitable. The moment systems become difficult to navigate legally, gatekeepers emerge. Suddenly, permits become easier to obtain if someone knows a guy. Customs become negotiable. Documentation becomes something that can be sped up unofficially. Entire informal economies begin forming around dysfunction, and once
Yeah, yeah, that's another clip.
Mm.
Yeah,
Entire economies form around dysfunction.
yeah. It becomes
And
profitable to
it's
to
criminal organizations, though, because they only thrive when there's lying, cheating, and stealing at large.
and people who commit it.
Yeah.
So what she's alluding to is things like, say, when people get to the border and they pay the officers,
Hmm.
because there's no like patriotic, honest, ethical, leadership and all of that throughout the structure of immigration, all that. People know that they can just drop a couple 100 rand or whatever, and then people just let them pass through the border because, heck, you're getting paid for what they would, be able to do for free just a couple of kilometers away from
Right.
because there's practically no border enforcement. And the same thing is it's happening all over. We've had like revelations over the past, of scandals of home affairs officers turning just to think of the equivalent for the states. Imagine if the people who are in charge of things like your green cards and stuff like that. Imagine if they turn that into like entirely into a marketplace
Hmm.
where your things get processed if you pay. You know. So now essentially citizenship is for sale. And what that's done is that it's made people so infuriated because you can't even tell who's here legally or not anymore.
Yeah.
Like of the people who technically have the papers, we don't know what portion of those are actually, proper legal citizens or
Legit.
legal,
Yeah.
like legit people who are supposed to be here who've actually gone through the system
That earned it.
that actually earned it.
Mm.
And if you're someone like, let's just think about it logically from a position of someone who's outside, who wants to get in legally. Like the guy in the first video that I played was saying, when you have a system that takes that's like from 1942 in terms of like speed and all of that, and admin and red tape, and you have like this parallel system, parallel black market system that is way more effective, that can get you across the border by the end of the week, have you get you your papers, official papers, because they have someone on the inside that can pay a particular amount to get all these things fast tracked for you.
Right.
Like what that does is that it means that it turns the regulation into a black market creator.
Yeah.
Without ethical people to uphold the law, laws they create black markets.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
I can give an analogy of cigarettes this time. So cigarettes are taxed heavily. They have this tax called the sin tax.
Mhm.
in South Africa. And I think it's the same with alcohol. Um,
It's great that
now,
it's called the sin tax, right?
yeah. So we have guys who because there's a lot of tobacco in say like places like Zimbabwe, and these guys make cigarettes and they get them into the country illegally, so that they can be sold at places where these things are sold under the table, and that's essentially from the point of the government, from their point of view, that's those are illicit goods that are being traded that should be taxed, but the tax revenue is not going to the government. In fact, the very legislation of sin tax has now created a market for these things because now the legitimate cigarettes cost more than the illegitimate cigarettes. And for a person who's a habitual smoker, they could save a pretty penny by buying the illegal ones.
Yeah.
So not having people who are enforcing the law right from the trafficking stage of the cigarettes means that the law itself then becomes the very thing that generates the black market. It's the same sort of, it's a very similar argument to what people would make for abortion. You know that if you if you buy it, you're actually creating the black market. You're forcing the people underground. You're not stopping it. You're forcing them
Yeah.
underground, and you're making it more profitable for the people who do that, who are willing to give someone an illegal abortion procedure. Because now you can say, now that it's legal, it's going to cost you a lot more because I'm risking a lot more by
Right.
doing this for you. So I can
Yeah.
charge you. Perhaps I was charging you 5K. Now I'm going to charge you, say, 10K, 20K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's crazy about I like how we have it set up in my country. Like all the baby killers that want to have abortions have to now leave my state. So
Right. So
it produces self-governing borders there. Like
so
yeah.
what that does is that instead, because this is within a country, and
Yeah.
the law technically isn't nationwide,
Right.
so you don't have the same black market creation per se.
Yeah.
You just have, instead of them going to a black market, just go to the next state,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? But if they don't have, suppose it's a state, I'm not sure if this actually exists, but suppose if there's a red state surrounded by other red states, right? And they all have passed legislation to ban abortion.
Yeah.
And suppose the person in the central state is unable to travel to the nearest state that has abortion clinics, but they have enough money to pay someone who's willing to do the procedure in
It'd
their
be
state.
way more expensive to pay somebody
Yes,
to do the procedure than travel outside the state. A lot of the feminists will throw out that, well, what if they can't, what if they can't afford to travel? It's like they can afford to fucking go out and get drunk and spread their legs. Like they can afford
Yeah.
to fucking travel. Like maybe they shouldn't be dumb.
I don't know how much these things cost, so I don't have a clear picture of the scale.
Yeah,
But if,
I don't.
let's say for the sake of example, right? For the sake of the example, let's suppose it's cheaper to pay for it in the States than it is to travel. Because mind you, the people who want to charge for these things can't charge more than what it would cost the person to do it, above board in the next state. Do you realize that, Gio? Because that would essentially put them, they'd be pricing themselves out of the market.
Well, see, the thing is, these healthcare things, they're paid by government money, taxpayer money. Like Planned Parenthood, for instance, would give abortions for free, but that's
Whoa, okay, yeah.
right. But our taxpayer money ends up paying for it. So
We by the way, we also have that's one of the things that that have been brought up, the whole issue of abortion, and it's been quite fascinating watching like the conservatives come out of the closet, so to speak.
Right.
But and say like, yeah, one of the things that we're going to do away with is abortion. I was like, what? Because
Yeah, see, Medicaid is government welfare.
yeah,
So okay, so it depends. It could be $580 for an abortion pill versus 1,500 to $2,000 for like a second term abortion. But yeah, financial assistance. They always peddled, free. Go get your free health care at Planned Parenthood because they give out stuff, but they still charge taxpayers for that. So I'm cool with my taxpayer money that I pay in Texas not going to that kind of shit.
quick question
Yeah.
for med students,
Mhm.
right? So suppose they're in a red state, are they taught how to perform an abortion?
Medical students?
Yeah,
I
like
don't know.
because I remember my mother had a conversation with me about abortion, and
Well, yeah, your mom was a doctor.
yeah, and
She
she
became a
mentioned,
doctor under apartheid.
yeah, and yeah, and she mentioned I'm not sure, I can't remember if she said she performed the abortion or if
Right.
she was there when it was being performed. But either way, she was like she brutally explained how it's done, like the not the pill you swallow, but like
Right.
the when they pull the baby out of, you know, and it was graphic, how she explained it to me. And she's like basically saying like, yeah, she swore never. I think she may have, maybe she was forced to perform it because she explained, she went on to explain that she swore that she'd never ever been involved in that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, general medical students are not. OBGYN residents are federally required by an accreditation council for graduate medical education, have experience with because this care is illegal in Texas. Resident programs such as those at Texas Tech University often have to raise funds to send their trainees out of state clinics to fulfill their degree requirements.
yeah. So it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, like, so what?
I mean,
if you wanted
because
to
they
take
have to know how to do it because there are some instances where it's the baby or the mother's life,
yeah, yeah. Where it's actually like compelled.
Yeah.
I do understand that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I suppose.
So,
Yeah. I suppose it's
but
sort of like
but it's
like
still a
learning how to.
specialty.
I suppose it's like learning how to, kill someone, like if you're souls with someone,
Yeah.
because you might actually need to use that skill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see, I've got a few
Okay.
more. I remember I told you that I had a clip that I knew you'd love, so I'm gonna keep that for a bit later.
One that I will love or one that's going to torture me.
No, that you'll actually love. Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Yeah. Not torture. No, not this time.
Okay.
Let's see. What's something else I find interesting? Mm, okay. This is, remember the lady that you, this lady?
Yeah, the one with
Yeah.
the eyelashes, the snuffleupagus.
Right. This is her husband.
Okay.
Yeah, they're both on the show, and I don't have the full clip because I just posted the clips. It's paywalled by the state. This is from the state. The SAPC South African, it's the South African equivalent of the BBC.
What?
So,
State-run media is posting them?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's
Yeah, so
interesting.
the weird thing, GM, about South Africa, right, is
Yeah,
that we actually very free, like
yeah.
like astoundingly free, given how lefty our government is and all this stuff. We are actually very, very free as a country.
Mm,
And what that does is, and I think part of that um, may actually be in line with what the states, with what the Constitution says and what it stands for. South Africa has, we've got guns, GM. So South Africans have guns,
good.
and like, yeah, like we stacked. And on top of that, our private security outnumbers our state, like policemen, right? They're better equipped. So if the government were to try do something, if they're more likely to suffer a coup than for them to try press us, like way more,
Yeah.
right? And I actually think that keeps them in check.
Mm,
I think they and perhaps it's also due to some of the Marxist, training that they got from the likes of Germany, Cuba, and the rest. But like, because they have the strategy of so it's Cold War strategy of push until you get like real resistance, then pull back.
mm.
Push until it's like what's the I think it's, they have a phrase for it, like where it's sort of like the sort of like like I think the thing is about like piercing something, right? Like like push until you hit steel, then you pull
Mm-hmm.
back, right?
Mm.
It's like that's the sort of approach they have. Um,
Hmm.
they even have they have all sorts of old timey things, like they use phrases that are like from Cold War days, of of balance of power and all sorts of things like that. Like when you listen to the guys speak, it's like you listen to people from the 60s or the 70s, you know. I'm
Yeah.
talking the ANC guys because like they haven't evolved from that.
Mm.
Um, yeah, it's like yeah, South Africa's a weird place. Yeah, but let me just play these clips just so I
Okay.
can get a sense of what these guys are standing for. I'll start with. Let me start ladies first. Let's say ladies
Yes,
first.
the ladies first.
See what I can do here.
There's currently ethnic cleansing that's happening in this country. I think my parting shots is that we'll never have a clear solution to this problem if we still have lawyers for human rights who protect the rights of people who are not South Africans. If you want to protect human rights, protect the human rights of everyone. Until today, I have not understood why lawyers for human rights always stands by the human rights of other people. Right now, their obsession is making sure that people come into the country in a safe way as possible. Any properly functioning country that cannot control migration stands the chance of losing its entire being. There's currently ethnic cleansing that's happening in this country. We're being wiped out as the indigenous people of this country because the people like this come here and tell us that everyone is a refugee. They need to be honest about the immigrants that we're importing into the country. We are importing immigrants who are economic migrants, who are not refugees as they claim. Those people are leaving their countries to become a person leaves Ethiopia, suddenly they're in South Africa, they're a booming entrepreneur. If you really want to make Africa better, if they want to make Africa better, they must go help other Africans in their country and stop claiming that we're xenophobic and we hate black people.
Wait, they say xenophobic and you hate black people?
Oh yeah, that's where the
Wait,
Afrophobic
do they
comes from.
pull the feminists? Oh, you just hate yourself. Like,
Yes, that's exactly. GM, I could search here,
yeah.
and I could find thousands of tweets of people saying that Africans hate themselves. That's
Oh,
Africans
you
hate
hate
themselves.
yourself. Who hurt you?
It's self-hate. That's the phrase they like.
Yeah, self-hate. Oh my god. And then meanwhile you're like, no, we are not the same. Like,
Exactly.
yeah.
It-
Cannot
it-
then
it's,
say,
it's
no, no.
simultaneously self-hate
Yeah.
and South Africans think they're not Africans,
Right.
right? And I can't lie, on the latter, they're kind of right. Like South Africans don't regard themselves as the same as the rest of Africa. We don't have the same sorts of politics. We don't have the same sorts of like. Perhaps that's why South Africa is different from the rest of sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah.
You know, because we don't have the same mentality,
Yeah.
right? And this is part of why we believe we should not be forced into some free, movement, Pan-Africanist, one country, no borderless, no borderless Africa thing, like a hodgepodge of everything. No, we don't want to have our politics diluted. We don't want to have our ethnicity diluted. We don't want that. And this is why this is why I'm understanding of why people say this stuff. It's not I'm not coming from an ethno-nationalist point of view. I'm just saying, like, people have the right. Like, if you don't have the right to be who you are, like, if you're forced into, to accept everything, anything, and everything, just dilute everything, then what do you become? Once you have that sort of like blurred thing, what will make Germany different from England? What will make Poland different from I don't know, Austria? You know, will make Lithuania different from Finland. That like people have the right to retain, what makes them them. They have the right to preserve that, be it your language, be it your culture, your customs, these sort of unspoken rules, uh, um, your laws, you name it. You have the right to keep them. Likewise, let's say like in the States, the Americans, there's a certain thing like that makes America American, and to pretend that you can just import the entirety of third world Africa and South America and not lose that
Right.
is a joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you imagine? Think of like I'm just thinking of the most stereotypical thing. Imagine if like the American pie were replaced with quesadillas. You know, like if like 50 years from now, like there's no such thing as American pie. It's just people are like as American as quesadillas. It's like would be like what? What?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So you do have. That's what I'm saying. You don't. South Africans don't want to be washed out.
Yeah.
We have identity. We have cultures, even within South Africa, right? I'm of a particular tribe. If I go over to the land of another tribe, I don't get to dictate to them what they should do in in their areas. I don't get to tell them, like I'll troll them, because I do that. I do troll people for like, your culture, so like a like jokey way. But I don't have the right to dictate to them.
Yeah.
It's their land. They do what they please, you know, and that's within South Africa. We all South African.
Yeah.
And even then, I still respect that. It's the kind of courtesy you show to your neighbor. You don't get into the house and start telling them, why do you do this here? Why do you pack this there? Why do you put this way? Why don't you put that there? It's not your house.
Right. No, but they want to move into your house, Emmanuel.
Yeah. Oh man, I have this clip of.
They're moving into your house. They're gonna do it.
There's this clip of this lady, it's African, but it's a long clip, so I don't really want to play it. Where she tries to say we should just accept the legal immigrants and document them. It's a white lady, a white South African.
Of course it is.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it. 1 second. 1 second. Let me just stop sharing.
Hmm.
Let's see if we can find it quickly. Okay. Do this again. Share screen. Share these steps again.
Estonia and Finland have Finno-Ugric culture and language. I think Lithuania is Scandinavian, but not Nordic.
Exactly. They're different. Close to each other, but not the same.
Yeah.
Oh, I also want to play this entire. Oh no, this is not the right one. No, I haven't got the right one. Sorry, GM. 1
That's fine.
second. It's the same guy who in that clip who's interviewing the lady. Who is it?
Big and juicy illegal immigrants. Yeah. I feel like that's exactly what they've done to corporations when opening the floodgates to ghetto cultures and criminals. There's companies that literally look like little South Africas in my country.
Yeah. It's
They're-
culture, GM. It's culture. It's like you say, it's like there are plenty of white people who have ghetto culture. You know,
Oh
there are
yeah,
plenty
no. The biggest
mixed-
Shibuns that I have in my culture are fucking white, man. Oh, there's this one that just drives me like her voice just nails on the chalkboard. It's ear rape every day that I have to work by her. I'm like
see if I can find this.
the emotional and mental instability of these cluster bees. It's cluster bee culture because I think any culture with a severe amount of lying and cheating and stealing is going to produce a cluster bee. You let people get away with being immoral, it's going to produce a cluster bee.
I found it, GM.
Yeah. You encourage the immorality and the lying and cheating and stealing, and you make these cluster bees. Like, meanwhile, these DEI people are just generating more hostility and more mental illness within
Okay,
entities.
so here's
Who
the
is
clip.
this?
It's actually kind of short. Let me play it quickly just so you can
Yeah.
get the argument from the other side. Right.
The
I'm just looking at it logically.
Sorry. Yeah.
the mental side.
Let's see.
Okay, let's
It's not-
see.
Yeah.
I'm saying if these people are really there, they're there. Do you know how difficult it is to remove those people? Do you understand the humanitarian impact? Do you understand where you're sending them to? Do you understand how long they've been here for in South Africa? How many friends and family members, and if their kids say ja and speak Afrikaans
Say
and
ja.
walk barefoot or speak Xhosa because they're in a community where it speaks Xhosa, or Zulu. You know, at some point you got to look past the fact that you're different to me, and you got to look at, are you contributing like everybody should be? And the only way
I
to
understand
do
what you're
that,
saying.
the only way to do that is to say
You got to bring them into the net.
you have to either, you can't ignore that they're in the ecosystem. You have to activate the ecosystem. So I'm saying if you give them a visa, if you regulate them and you control them and you have regular checkpoints with immigration, and it's a patrolled, policed scenario, you may be here, but there are terms. You can sell this bread, but whatever you make, 2 rand of that doesn't go to SARS so that they can line pockets of very wealthy CEOs or whatever, or government officials. It needs to go to the community. You're operating in the community. Let the community benefit from you being here. Now you're not my foe. You're my friend.
It's an interesting perspective for sure. It's an
There
interesting
has to be
perspective
a
for
way.
sure.
There has to be a way, because I can tell you now, the way in which our border is so porous, and I doubt that that's going to be resolved very quickly. He's putting drones, he's doing all these things. I mean, You may keep the others out, like new people, more people. But at the rate that Africa's grown, they don't need us anymore. They're going to be like, South Africa isn't the gateway to Africa anymore. Foreigners are feeling more confident to go to Namibia. They're feeling more okay with going to Botswana. They like how their government's running. They can go to Rwanda. They can go to Uganda. They can go to Ghana and Kenya. Kenya's booming. So do we really have that ability to be so difficult about how we regulate? As far as I'm concerned, we shouldn't be heavy on regulation. We should be heavy on policing.
Agreed.
So she doesn't want her illegals leaving? She wants to keep them hostage?
Yeah. So,
Emmanuel, I have a hard time taking anybody seriously that doesn't have the discipline to not get that fat. I'm sorry. I don't take fat people seriously.
I replied saying, by her logic, if I were to break into a house, she should allow me to stay permanently and put my name in the title deed or lease because I can speak English or Afrikaans. Right?
Yeah.
So I just said something else here, basically saying, what kind of foolishness is this? And I say, let's learn to harden our hearts. I say, has this woman not seen the insult I've been hurled at us for simply asking them to go back home? It's like she lives in a different South Africa. This is not the time to listen to bleeding heart liberals speaking from their ivory towers. Yeah. So yeah, those are my feelings on that. It's just not the time to be listening to people talking about, can you imagine the humanitarian what? Go home. Go home.
Go. That's how I feel about the Houston people in my fucking community. Go home. There was actually a murder here recently that my friend was telling me about this morning. And it's the body was found by Adamson Lagoon, which is, I used to take Cam there when he was little, and she took her daughter there because she does swimming. And she said they were there the night that this dude just turned up missing and he was shot. And she was like, I can't believe we were there, and cops in my community apparently didn't even find the body for 18 hours later. And she's like, he could have been just unconscious and bleeding out, and we were there. What is going on? There's a whole bunch of shit going on in my community that's a lot of the community members are concerned about. Yeah.
I mean, it's, the world is not good. Some have it better than others, but it's not necessarily, sunshine and rainbows,
Yeah.
So let me just play this component and share the screen. Stop sharing.
Hello, Rexus. Good to see you.
Let's see. So I've only got a few more to go, and then we can switch over to the banger of the clip that I've got for you.
Okay.
That exemplifies the difference between that exemplifies the sort of mentality that I was trying to get across to Syke, the sort of thing that I was trying to show him, that you think what the idea he has of the average Black South African that is colored by the politics side of things does not reflect the day-to-day beliefs of the average Black South African, the average colored South African, etc., etc. So yeah, 1 second.
Cannot then say no, but there's 100 refugees in this country. We are talking about a mass entry of illegal immigrants. You are talking about people who are working in restaurants. You can't come here, my sister, and say no one is taking a job. That job of a domestic worker belongs to a South African. That job of a gardener.
So hold on.
And the problem, before I finish, the problem with people who claim to be lawyers to come here and give us emotions, we have a problem in this country because we are unable to challenge government correctly because we have pseudo lawyers who are not telling us the truth. That is the problem.
You heard that?
Yeah, it's blaming lawyers for bringing in emotions.
Yeah, he's saying you're supposed to be lawyers, but you're speaking with like emotion. He's a lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's
So
why
he's talking
speaking from-
about feminine
he's
lawyering.
probably talking about a lot of things. He's probably also talking about a lot of these NGO types.
Oh gosh.
You know,
yes.
because there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that.
I still don't understand, Emmanuel, why these women are allowed to go to other countries on
It's not
our
just women.
taxpayer money.
not just-
Whenever I see these NGO people in other countries, like, hold on.
Yeah.
Whenever I see them, it's all these women that are like, here, sign up for this free stuff we brought you from our taxpayers from my country. Like, I never understood that. Like,
Yeah.
they're picking the pockets of the people from their country and redistributing that money elsewhere. Like, where do these NGOs get their money?
It makes them feel like they're doing something worthwhile, important. Makes them, I guess, a savior complex as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they do a lot more harm than I don't even care about whether they realize it. I care about whether the people who sponsor them realize how much harm they're doing. You know, I'm talking like the average South African or the average American who donates to some NGO hoping that they, you know, push, you know, for you know, just general good.
Is it sponsoring or is it siphoning?
It depends on how they get
Where
some of their money.
do
But a lot of
NGOs get their money? I recently found out the government grants,
yeah,
private donations, institutional foundations, and earned income,
yes.
because they
So
are
like some of them
not
can
for
have like
profit.
drives.
Yeah. I just found out recently that there's a company that is a benefit to all government workers that provides therapy. And they siphon tens of billions of dollars every year off of local, state, and federal tax money to keep all these university degree holding feminists employed.
I saw some
Tens of billions of dollars a year, Emmanuel. Taxpayer money.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It's a scam. It's all a scam.
Yes.
It's all like a feeding trough for all sorts of people, you know. At the expense of the average American worker, the average South African worker, and it's insane.
Yeah.
Because you just ask yourself, what would you do with that? Like, if all of that money that's being wasted were to be sent back to their, you know, to its rightful owners, what would you be able to do with that?
Oh man.
You know, maybe not even like perhaps even like to swap it out for extra hours of just leisure.
Yeah.
You know, the impact that has on your health. Just to know that, okay, instead of having like there's this cool way that people you know, count their working hours, where they say like let's say if you're on average your government maybe taxes 20% of your income, right? Then they'll take like 20% of the year, of the working days of the year, and be like, maybe they'll go through 80% and the remaining 20 say, okay, now I'm working for the government now. I should have gone on a holiday. Now I'm only working for the government. Because that's exactly what it is. You know, it's hours work that you don't get to, you know, benefit from.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a terrible system. Let me see.
I just know how incompetent the people that handle the taxpayer money are. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. This is a general who exposed the highest ranks of government in South Africa for being basically working with cartels.
Hmm.
Yeah. There's growing evidence, Jim, that we have like cartel activity in South Africa. We like I think last week they uncovered like one of these places where they cook whatever drug. A few days ago, they caught about R1 billion worth of precursor for some other drug, I think Mandrax or whatever it is.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a lot happening in South Africa. And I think the reason we are seeing government work so, like, I think that's it. I think if I were to pin it, I'd say they've been captured
Mm-hmm.
by whatever interests are behind this, whether it be the cartels directly or be other people, whatever. But South Africa is seen as a hub. And the last thing they want to see is for ethical people to come up and actually clean up South Africa, because that disturb, whatever operation these guys have going.
Yeah. Ethical people.
So here's the guy. He was actually getting some sort of recognition for at the University of South Africa, actually. So, and he just gave a little speech. I think you ought to listen to it. Let me just play it quickly.
The media itself. Every institution in this country must ask a difficult question. Are we saving South Africa or are we saving ourselves? Because patriotism is not found in slogans. It is found in accountability. It is found in ethical leadership. And is found in courage. And it is found in a willingness to place the country before comfort. We don't have to all agree, and you don't have to be friends, you don't have to like each other, but we all have a responsibility to serve the interest of South Africa. So this country doesn't need heroes, but it needs principled people. People who will do their jobs honestly when nobody is clapping for them. People who understand the integrity is not a performance, but it is a discipline.
Mm-hmm.
Accepting this award this evening does not necessarily suggest that all is well in our country. There's a lot that needs to be done. It is precisely because all is not well that every one of us must recommit ourselves to making it well for our future generation. So in South Africa, if South Africa is serious about the national reset, then the reset must include all of us. It must start with politicians. They drive fancy cars these days. They live like business people. It must include public service employees, law enforcement included. In the justice system, judiciary is our principal, is our vice chancellor. Whatever we do, we take it through the prosecution and go and present before the presiding officer in court. And therefore, they must also play the part on this.
Yeah.
Mm.
So clip from his speech.
I like it. Integrity and accountability. That's a common theme of people that see the issues, because that's what's lacking, right?
And they have the spine to speak up. They have the moral spine to say what's right, even if in his case it could actually get him killed.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's I think that's pretty much. Maybe these are a few other clips that I could play. South Africans have signed a petition to disband one of these you know organizations, institutions rather, that are part of formed by our constitution. That's the South African Human Rights Commission. I believe these are the guys who said that the Kill the Boer song was acceptable. Look at South Africans saying, let's get rid of these guys, because clearly they don't reflect the values of South Africans. This is a clip from that show. Remember that I played?
Yeah, the guy that
yeah,
finds
right?
the drug stuff.
Yeah.
Is he running for office?
Yeah, he's running for mayor of a municipality the east of the economic hub of South Africa, called Lynn. So yeah. So he's
I liked him. He was such a troller.
yeah. Let me see if I can. Okay, let me get a few clips. Run through a few clips because I want us to react to this one.
Okay.
But like the full clip, because I know it's on YouTube. Let's play. I'll find it and then play it. Let's play this one quickly.
Nationals to vacate the country, and they take it as just another nationals to vacate the country, and they take it as just another shutdown that they've seen many. So it for us it seems like it's a government that doesn't take South Africans seriously. South Africans are saying they have enough with illegal foreign nationals and they want them removed from this country. That's basically what the South Africans are saying. Two, we want to make it very clear that our call is an anti-xenophobic call. It's a call that takes the national security of the country at hand.
Yeah, that's about it. That's him responding after I think they had a meeting with the government, and he's basically like saying, like they're disappointed with what the people are saying. The government is saying it seems like they're not taking that seriously. It seems like they sort of have this like hubris. Yeah, just a classic case of hubris. Let me see. Some of these things I sort of kept. This is sort of thing that South Africans don't want to see in their country, right? I'll just give you a clip from a market in Ghana.
To give you an idea how big the market is, this is just 2 streets. As you can see, this is where it starts, and then it goes all the way in here, all the way to the end, and back, and then it goes this way, all the way to the end. Yeah, it's a really huge market, and there's so much to see. Just to give you an idea.
Yeah.
So is that government regulated, or these people are just going to sell and buy and
These
trade?
people are just going to sell right in the middle of the road. These are roads, Jim.
I mean, I know you're showing me cities. I really don't give a shit about cities personally.
No,
but
I'm just pointing out the fact that
but all
there's
those people have stuff to sell and trade. Like, are those all entrepreneurs?
yeah. So because I suppose because of the lack of any real like economy and development and things like that, people don't have like loads of like beyond like a lot of the people in this sort of sector of the economy, whether it's just sort of selling things, maybe fruits, or maybe someone makes shoes, or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
But the problem
So
is that
wait,
they don't
what's wrong with
for-
that again?
the problem is that this is not formal. And like in terms of South African culture, we don't like to see our streets like this.
Mm.
You should have it organized. You'd have a particular, like a flea market somewhere. You can't just do this in the middle of a road. This is a huge road. It seems like it's actually supposed
Yeah,
to
no,
have
it's so damn
4
congested,
lanes.
but that's a big city.
Yeah, but you can't. The point is that you can't set up a store in the middle of the road, Jim. You know, how's traffic supposed to work now?
Yeah, no, I understand that part.
Yeah, the drive to be entrepreneurial is commendable,
Yeah,
but laws are there for a reason.
yeah. Mm.
You know, we set the bylaws for a reason. We want our cities to look a particular way. We don't want them to look, because
Like that.
this comes with filth, Jim.
Oh no, I was when I was seeing that, I was like, I wonder what that fucking place smells like. Like
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. No, I get that part of it. But the
Maybe-
entrepreneurialism is admirable.
Yeah,
Making
that's
do with where you're at, you know?
Yeah. Now, let me just show you a little clip from the grand meeting of the left that they had. Tell me if this accent sounds familiar.
The left.
In South Africa, we know that Trump's blackmail and squeezing of the country is supported by a fifth column inside the country. We know who they are. AfriForum, Freedom Front, DA, March in March, Dudula. And we know what they are after. They want to silence any voice that demands freedom for Black people. In South Africa, we know.
Yeah.
Why does his voice sound like that? Why does he
Lack of
sound like a
testosterone?
chick?
Lack of testosterone?
Maybe
That's-
low T. Maybe low T.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or transitioning?
Oh. You think
But I
that
think
tanked
so.
his
He
teeth?
looks like, I don't think he's an F to M. I think he's just an M. With low
Yeah.
T.
Yeah. He's a feminist cuck. Unfortunately, the matriarchy cuckolded that man.
This is what we have. We have.
Ugh.
He's American, or at least went to an American school, because he's got an American accent.
What's his name?
I have no clue. I still have to do some research. I picked it up.
That fist in the background.
Yeah.
Is that like the commie sig?
Communist. Look at his shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it literally says communist. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when they tell you who they are, believe them, right?
Exactly.
Oh man.
Yeah. Let me find that clip of let me see quickly. I'll be able to find it in a second.
Wait, so that man's from my country and he's in your country stirring up some shit?
Mhm.
Oh, so the crazy bitch cult won't even go there themselves. They're sending their white knights to do it because it's so physically dangerous.
I'm not so sure about that. I just think
That's probably why.
it's a whole team of them, you know. And you know, from the perspective of South Africans, both on the left and on the right, it looks like there's an agenda, you know. Like some people are saying, for example, people are saying that a lot of the unrest that we're seeing is being pushed by, conspiracy theorists are saying, is being pushed by Israel, right, and the United States to
Right.
destabilize South Africa.
Mm.
And if anything, they're saying that it looks like the United States is sort of like doing groundwork for some sort of intervention. It's laying the seeds to sort of like justify some sort of intervention. I don't know to what scale. I don't know what form they think it might take. It could be sowing the seeds for civil war. It could be a coup, like a Venezuela type thing, where they just come in and, you know, topple the ANC government. It could be whatever it is. They're saying it looks like that. Similarly, likewise, people are saying that this is an agenda from like the NGOs and people like that who are trying to do their own thing. So people have all sorts of views. Other people see it as South Africa being sort of like the baby that's being, you know, fought over between like the West and the East, because we literally position right between the two. And in terms of history and all of that, like traditionally we were aligned to the West. This is during apartheid and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point it shifted to isolation, and then to with the ANC taking over, it's more. It was first neutral, at least the appearance of being neutral, and then now it's like more increasingly just more outwardly aligned with the likes of Russia and Iran and you know. Yeah, so let's just wait and see what's going to happen. I think if South Africans want to avoid you know, the worst, the best thing they can do is to get rid of this government. Best thing South Africans can do, and people are have had it. Whether that turns into meaningful change of the you know, polls, let's wait and see. I can tell you that people who are 45 and under have had it. It's only the old people, and South Africans jokingly say we should, you know, burn their IDs on election day, so they can't vote, because in South Africa you can't vote without an ID.
Right.
Yeah, because you know, functional
Yeah.
election system that's not like pandering to people, saying that, you know, for whatever reason black people can't vote. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah. So saying like take the IDs, hide it somewhere or burn it.
Yeah.
Just to make sure they can't vote, because all these older people are like just have this blind allegiance to the ANC. And what's worse of them is that they won't live to live through the worst of their. They don't have that incentive to think of the future, because I mean, if you in your 60s and you're just blindly loyal to the ANC, you've already had your working life. You know, you have no real incentive to look into the future.
Right.
Yeah.
What about what they're leaving the next generation because of their fucking actions?
If they didn't care enough to get rid of the ANC 15 years ago,
yeah,
what would make them care now?
It's a good question.
Right, because they might be thinking that if you vote in the right way, they might get rid of all of the perks that we have, the welfare perks. You know, they might get rid of the affirmative action perks we have. Advanced,
And your black economic empowerment shit.
exactly. So,
Yeah, it's literally destroying your country.
let me show you an interesting tip of
Just like DEI destroys everything it fucking touches in my country.
let me
It's
show you an
it's
interesting tip.
currently destroying an organization that's literally built into our constitution. Currently. And you're right. If the people weren't willing to stop it 15 years ago. But what about the slow boil of the frog? Like little bits and pieces of tolerating this and that and this and that and
I think what we have in South Africa is the hold that the trauma of apartheid has over the older people is just, it's so strong that it's the sort of thing that says we'll just have to wait for them to die out. Really. Because as soon as they drop that word, it's like, oh yeah, it's like they, you know, they insert the cassette into their brain. It's like the latest chip, you know, the current thing chip, you know.
yeah.
And it's just like it just resets their heads. They don't like, they become immune to sense, because once that's brought up, then it's like, oh no, you know. So this leads me actually quite nicely to this tip. This is Dr. Groenewald, who is in the government now as the Minister of Correctional Affairs, so that's prisons and all that. And he's from a party of the Afrikaners, Afrikaner party called the FF+. Now, Afrikaners were previously seen as the architects of apartheid, right?
Right.
And that's like, there's this aversion to them and their politics, just based on the fact that they're the guys who oppressed us. They're the descendants of the people who oppressed us and all that, right? Let's look at this clip of Dr. Groenewald addressing a crowd of black people.
The people must elect the president, not the governing party. Let's change to a federal system where we, the people, can elect the president, where we, the people, can fire the president. Let's change. Let's give power back to the people.
Interesting times, Sheehan.
Right.
Interesting times. In the midst of accusations of genocide, Mr. Groenewald can go into a crowd of black people without security,
Right.
and not only like not be assaulted, but be cheered.
Right.
It's almost as if
Has Sykes seen that?
no, I don't. I'm not sure. I haven't spoken to him. Yeah, because I actually alluded to him to this when I was speaking to him the last time. I remember telling him that I intend to vote for this party because it just resonates with my politics.
Yeah.
You know, and he was saying, like, I don't know if black people will vote for him. And I said, sure. I'm not saying he'll just, you know, he'll multiply their voter share by like tenfold. But even just the thought of that happening shows that there's, you know, the dam wall's breaking.
Well, you know he has PTSD, right? He's afraid. You know, being since hold on, Emmanuel, being since you let black people in your government talk about killing white people in your country, and that was tolerated. That's scary. Being a white person.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I don't blame him, and it's.
But having that guy come out and speak in front of her, like that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty
and
big.
he's not the only one. I can show you. Look at I would just scroll and like show you, scroll for days and show you all sorts of black people calling for him to be president. Because he actually, if you see what the people are saying, let me just see. There's that thing. There's that clip. Where is it then? Is it further down? Bookmarked it down there. Let me just read through the comments here. This guy is saying black people are, yes, Afghan, black people are loving this man for his actions. I remember speaking to Syke and saying to him that the way you have, excuse me, the only way in which you can cut through the legacy of apartheid and the sort of brainwashing that it has is through actions and through tangible proof of your policies working.
Yeah.
Right? And not just like trying to shame them into voting for you. You have to show them, like, and I said that, I remember saying to them that the fact that these guys have got the opportunity now that they've got into government through coalition, they have the opportunity to show, to prove themselves. Look, people are, I'm black, I want to move out to save Africa from becoming another failed state. You want a man who can fix this country for the people of the country. Like all sorts of people, and people are making like songs for him and all this.
Yeah.
It's like they've like all sorts of videos, like all sorts of people talking about it, you know. And obviously you have like a few, you're like a few idiots trying to, you know, even people from Syke's party trying to derail this movement because, you know, politics, cheap politics. But yeah, people are seeing tangible results, and that gives them hope. Hope makes them willing to take that leap of faith.
Results.
Okay.
I've heard that recently about what I'm doing. Results. There's
I've
a
got
lot of people that
tips.
try to fucking derail people doing the right thing.
Yeah.
The people that are so comfortable with getting away with fucking preferential treatment, strangely.
Let's see if I can.
South Africa's immigration system has been completely turned into a marketplace. Permits and visas are sold to the highest bidder. Fraudulent documentation, falsified financials, and marriages of convenience.
The majority of Black South Africans experiencing South Africa today, in particular those who don't necessarily have the means to fight their battles, the best way to be heard is to take to the streets so that the government can listen. I want to be clear on this. South Africans are not xenophobic. Everywhere in the world I go, I know that migration is an issue for years. It's not a uniquely South African 2026 contemporary problem. Anytime there is a legitimate groundswell movement on something, criminals are going to exploit it. Of course they're going to. It isn't a xenophobic statement to make that there has been a shift in community culture in South Africa. In Benoni, when I go visit my family, town overrun, completely overrun. The city centers have been destroyed. It looks terrible. To within 100%, a stitch away from 100% probability, I am willing to say that if I went into any of those communities and looked at the nationalities from which they come, I would find a particular population group and a particular nationality. I don't need to mention which one. They know who they are, you know who they are, we all know who they are. I certainly wouldn't come into your home and then proceed to superimpose myself, my culture, my values, not only on you, but also your space. And then when you tell me that that's not okay, I then tell you that you can't tell me. I think we both would agree that if I did do that, you would say, why don't you get out of my house? The only thing worse than a person who breaks the rules of decency is the person who observes the person breaking the rules of decency break those rules, knows that it is wrong, but keeps quiet. To our brothers and sisters from other parts of the world and even other parts of the continent that says, of the fact that you're here and you live here and we welcome you here, does not mean that you have the right to disregard common decencies of the people in his country you are. You're a guest.
You are a guest.
Hello, family. As you know, we commit this channel to sharing business strategies that'll help you build better businesses, that'll help you be better founders, better entrepreneurs. We commit this strategy to helping you become better leaders. That's what this channel is about. And so, as a team, we are quite intentional about making sure that we only use our voice to amplify conversations where we believe our voice should be present in the first place. But that not.
Sorry, by the way, Jim, this is a longish video. Feel free to ask questions and stuff because I don't want to.
No, I loved his intro about the guest thing. You know what's crazy? In my community, I have so many people outside my community that I don't think understand Aggie core values of not lying and cheating and stealing or tolerating those who do. And there's people from outside my community that come in and pull that bullshit. And I don't think they realize how many fucking people are actually watching them do it. They don't understand that they're not really getting away with anything, that people are observing them on a daily fucking basis, do their bullshit.
They have this idea that because the consequences are not immediate, that they don't exist.
Right. Because they're not immediate, they don't exist.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because
no, I love
overt.
Yeah.
They don't see the they don't think of the fact that maybe the next time I'm trying to apply for a job, people will be like, oh, I remember that guy. He was the one who did ABC.
Yeah.
You know? They don't think about that. They think because you haven't put them in jail, they've essentially got off scot-free.
Because they haven't been fired yet, that they have gotten off scot-free. Yeah. No, it's funny. Like, but you know what? And then it creates a sense of entitlement that these people feel entitled to throw their weight around and continuously get away with the things.
Yes. Now, okay. What you just said points to. It brings up the point that at some point the people who are observing need to say something, do something.
Yes.
Because
they do.
There's been, conflict avoiding for the sake of maintaining peace temporarily, and then there's being there's an
complacent and enabling. Yes. Yes, that part. You know what's crazy? I went to a big conference a couple Sundays ago, and I heard the same thing. See something, say something, integrity and accountability. Yet I still don't see it taking place within the culture. Like, what I think it boils down to is the improper leadership. We do have narcissistic leaders that are more concerned about performance than actual results.
What do you mean by performance? You mean like popularity?
Like slay queen, slay, you go girl. The kind of feminists that are
performance,
no, they're actually performing. They're actually performing what they think their job duty is versus doing their actual job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So when you say performance, you mean like fake performance?
Oh my God, it's so fake.
Yeah.
I mean, they keep saying the things I've yet to see anything in action.
You're talking about being performative.
Yes, performative.
Yeah.
Like they say the right things, I've yet to see it in action though.
Yeah.
Which I don't understand. Like, how long do people tolerate inaction? And just being,
I can say in South Africa for 3 decades.
3 decades, yeah.
Yeah. For other countries in Africa, 6. 7.
Really? 7 decades?
Yeah, like Ghana, for example, got their independence in 1957. I'm not correct. Next year would be 7 decades.
Mm.
It's like there are pictures of Nigeria that I've seen online, taken from like 50 years ago, and taken now. It's not like any change, like zero.
Yeah.
But well, like degradation,
Mm.
and just decay. It's and you think of the fact that Nigeria is like this oil-rich country. In case
Yeah.
you know, they supply 40% of our oil in our country. It's part of the reason that we've been able to somewhat be immune to the impact of not immune, but not as severely impacted by the war in Iran. That we have like this alternatives, like Saudi, the Middle East portion of our oil mix has shrunk over the years. And obviously, again, this also begs the question with us kicking a lot of these people out. How is that going to play out in terms of diplomatically? These guys could turn around and say, "Okay, we're not giving you oil anymore. You have to find it else." And obviously, that's going to be a shock. By that I mean like supply shock, and affect prices, the economy, etc. Like, this is not the time to you have goals. Oh man, this is a trip. I need to find this because I know you're gonna like it. But in the meantime, let's play this.
Yeah, play it. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick,
Okay.
but I'm gonna still be able to hear it. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Notwithstanding, I, at a personal level, am still a leader in society, and our business, by God's grace, has an influence well outside the borders of South Africa. And so, over the past week or so, there have been several political events in my country, which some of you have reached out to me on social media, and I felt that perhaps it was important that I use this platform to educate those of you who might not otherwise be aware. What are the factors that you need to consider in your analysis? About 3 days ago, there was a protest in a different part of South Africa to which I am. For those of you who are not South African, and by the way, for context, we now know from the analytics and data that our channel reaches well over 150 countries. We know that our 5 largest countries is the US first, South Africa second, India third, Nigeria fourth, and 1 or 2 others. So we have an international channel and an international community. This is why I'm very careful about where I speak and what I say, because I recognize that we're in a global village. Let me say this. There have been protests in a different part of South Africa around relationship that some South Africans have with immigrants in South Africa. And I thought it was important to just add my voice to this, because I think what's missing in this conversation often, as conversations become emotional and there is an awful lot of accusations, statements that are inflammatory, and political jostling for these kind of issues, that people sometimes lose a sense of perspective and nuance and just the facts. What are the facts? The fact is that South Africans are not xenophobic. I want to be clear on this. South Africans are not xenophobic. We live in a diverse country that, as I'm speaking to you right now, has over 100 different nationalities that I'm almost sure, just within the province of Gauteng where I am, there are probably over 100 different nationalities with whom I share my country, my province, my home. So South Africans are not xenophobic. And I want that to be understood, because I think making that statement outright sets the tone for some of the things that I'm going to be saying next. Secondly, it's really important to accurately diagnose issues so that you can attend to those issues where they need to be attended to. For the majority of South Africans living in South Africa today, the Black African people like me, we have only had the ability to fully realize our capabilities and potential in this country over the past 30 years. And there are different people who would even argue if that's true. There are certain structural and systemic injustices which persist to this day, which structural and systemic injustices make it difficult for many South Africans, not exclusively Black, but predominantly Black African South Africans, to enjoy their country. These are just the facts. And so that notwithstanding, Over the past 30 years, Black African people have had a fair shot. Not a perfect shot, but a fair shot. Certainly those who are approximate to where the opportunities are. And that, by the way, is the result of years, decades, generations of suffering, of oppression, and of broken dreams. Those are just the facts. I often tell the story when I'm on stage that in the late 1970s, my grandfather started, the family tells us the story about how in the late 1970s, my grandfather started a business, right? It was the fancy English term for it was a speakeasy, a shebeen or a tavern. And it was 137 Baloyi Street, Wattville, Benoni. And it became quite colloquially known as a chicken licken. I don't know why they called it that. But if there's anything you know about Black people everywhere we love coming up with like these little quirky words that we use to explain a place to which we, are endeared, or a place that's familiar to all of us. And so my grandfather started this business, and then adjacent to that, he had a small kind of retail shop selling stuff. But my grandfather started that business at around the same time that a group of Afrikaners in Stellenbosch were going to be coming upon this business opportunity that would later become known as ShopRite. When my grandfather died, he died effectively with just the stock in the fridge in his business. Today, ShopRite is the largest retailer in all of Africa. Now, far be it for me to say that the group of people who ran ShopRite have not been unbelievable operators. They have been competing for perhaps over 50 years now, if not certainly close on 50 years. And they have proven themselves to be really great retailers. But the question I'm asking is, what would have happened of my grandfather's dreams if he had the same set of opportunities that they did? And it's not to cast an aspersion, I'm just asking the question. So for anybody watching how many Black South Africans are experiencing South Africa, recognize that in the contestation and the fight for resources and opportunities, the way that some of us would frame the conversation is, it's my shot now, and I must be given an opportunity to take that shot. So the second thing I want to say is that this is clearly about a contestation for economic resources. That's not a uniquely South African thing. I travel the world, as many of you know. I'm a global citizen. By God's grace, I spend more time outside of my own country than I do in it. I do more business outside of my own country than I do in it. And that's just been the grace that God has given me. But everywhere in the world I go, I know that migration is an issue. Migration has been an issue for years. Go and read up on the history of the United States. Read up on the history of the United Kingdom. Read up on the history of many nations in the world, including China. You realize that migration is a multi-generational, consistent political issue. It's not a uniquely South African 2026 contemporary problem. So there is this migration issue. But I think what makes this issue worse is the following. First, for the majority of, in particular, Black South Africans here, and allow me to be as pointed as that. For the majority of Black South Africans experiencing South Africa today, in particular those who don't necessarily have the means to fight their battles in courts of law by appointing lawyers, and which lawyers would appoint advocates to appear for them in high courts and represent them. For the majority of those Black South Africans, the best way to be heard is to take to the streets so that the government can listen. And for a long time, a lot of those Black South Africans have been saying to the government, you are not managing the migration question correctly. And for a long time, they've been ignored. These are the facts. The party in government itself would admit to you that what I'm saying is true. That on the score of successes they've had, amongst the failures that this party has governed over, has been very porous borders, rather lack immigration enforcement. Those are the facts. And the problem is that these issues don't metastasize at the level of policy or government, or even the level of the wealthy. These issues make themselves material where people must share space and share access to public services and goods, and share access to opportunities, and share access to resources. And where do you think that happens? That happens in the villages and the townships where people live. That's where that happens. Particularly when you understand South Africa's spatial planning and how we got here, and the concentration of the majority of people in townships, which townships are approximated to the towns, in which towns there are the economic opportunities. Of course, that's where these issues are going to become contentious issues. These are the facts. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm just telling you the way that it is. So when you're seeing South Africans take to the streets and say, we have a problem, you need to understand these things. The other thing you need to understand is, as I'm sat here speaking to you, the South Africa's unemployment rate is well over 40%, well over 40%. The economy has grown at less than 1% on a compounded annual growth rate for the past 10 years. Just most recently, we've just gone over 1%. But in a country where the population CAGR is about 2%, it means that we're going backwards. It means every single natural-born, true South African is actually poorer today than they were 10 years ago. That's outside of the migration question. So when you see people taking to the streets to express a frustration, that's a part of what you need to understand. It isn't malevolent. It's just a frustration. Now, I don't want to be naive here. So let me say, I am sure there are elements of criminality within this. I'm sure. And I'm sure that there are elements of political opportunism in this. I'm sure. I'm absolutely certain of it. Anytime there is a legitimate groundswell movement on something, criminals are going to exploit it. Of course they're going to. So I'm almost sure of that that's the case. And I'm not here to make absolute statements and say that isn't the case. And I'm certainly not here to say that those people are legitimized. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm simply giving you a sense of what is the case for my niece, who I was talking to the other day, who still lives in the township, who's in her mid-20s and can't find a job. And she has the further education qualification. She has the diploma. She went to school. She studied. And she still can't find a job. And yet, as she was telling me, there are people in her circle who are non-South Africans who don't have the level of education she has, but have a job. Do you understand how for her, the nuance around migration, and that's all lost. She's simply looking at her reality. She's using deductive logic to arrive at a conclusion that something is amiss. The next thing I think you need to understand is this. It isn't a xenophobic statement, nor is it a discriminatory statement to make that there has been a shift in community culture in South Africa, which shift, whether causal or not, but it certainly mirrors the arrival of and the growth of certain immigrant communities in South Africa. That's big English. Let me simplify it for you. The other day, I was leaving my home, driving to the airport, and there was traffic on the road, and I had to drive through Kempton Park, the town. Now, I grew up in the East Rand, and one of my very good friends, Clayton Dauberman, who's of German descent, went to my school, but he lived in a place called Norcombe Park in Kempton Park. And so a few times when I was growing up, I used to go and visit Clayton and we'd have a sleepover at his house. And so the other day I'm literally driving past where Clayton grew up and I couldn't recognize this place. Completely overrun, completely overrun. The town is overrun. The city center looks abominable. Then there was a transaction we're looking at doing. So I drove out the other day to Springs, went to Nigel. And on my way back from Springs, Nigel, I drove through Brakpan. Couldn't recognize it. Completely overrun. The town is overrun. In Benoni, when I go visit my family, town overrun, completely overrun. The city centers have been destroyed. What used to be the Benoni Plaza is now the Benoni Waste Management Plant. It looks terrible. And to within 100%, like a stitch away from 100% probability, I am willing to say that if I went into any of those communities and looked at the population groups living in those communities, the nationalities from which they come, I would find a particular population group and a particular nationality. I don't need to mention which one. They know who they are. You know who they are. We all know who they are. So that's just my vantage. This is not a scientific study. I'm just telling you about my own experience as I'm seeing it. And I think the frustration is, you can go to somebody else's country as a migrant. I've lived in other countries. I've lived in Australia, I've lived in the US, I've lived in the UK, I've lived in the Middle East. But there is a way that you approach living in somebody else's country because you recognize you're a guest. And just as I would if I was coming into your home, I would pay you the respect of recognizing that I'm a guest in your home, that there's a certain duty of care and common sense about how I should conduct myself in your home. That I certainly wouldn't come into your home and then proceed to superimpose myself, my culture, my values, not only on you, but also your space. And then when you tell me that that's not okay, I then tell you that you can't tell me. I think we both would agree that if I did do that, you would say, why don't you get out of my house?
Right.
So what?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
He gets it. It's the first time I'm seeing this clip because I'd only seen the short version. So I'm literally watching this for the first time this year.
Yeah. No, I like
And
it.
it's kind of cool to
I
see
mean,
how he's
in the
saying
beginning, it
some of the
was
points that
like
I made.
systemic. Okay, right. There's some systemic problems, blah blah blah. And then he starts like hammering on like real issues.
I really hate how the left has hijacked certain words. That even we're using words like systemic, which is a perfectly normal English word,
Yeah.
like triggers everyone, like including myself. So
Yeah.
roll our eyes and go, oh man, no, not another one.
Yeah.
Another struggle session with Awoki.
Yeah.
You know, like, no thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, but he gets it. He gets it. I suspect that he's probably more, given the fact that he's more of a global citizen as he calls himself, he's probably more he's to the left of what I am, but
Yeah.
certainly to the right of everything, of like the Overton window and stuff.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah,
Let's keep going.
Let's keep going.
What you're seeing is a frustration. It's a response, it's a frustration. And you've got to read it as a frustration, because to read it as anything else, read it as something criminal or something malevolent, then what you do is you delegitimize it, which means you don't deal with it for what it is. So I think that there is a true and honest thing that must be said to our brothers and sisters from other parts of the world and even other parts of the continent that says, of the fact that you're here and you live here and we welcome you here, does not mean that you have the right to disregard the rights, customs, cultures, and common decencies of the people in his country you are. You're a guest. And perhaps that message needs to be said loudly. I was in Nigeria the other day. I went to visit one of my best friends. And so I was in Lagos. I was there on business and we were having this conversation and I was helping him understand how important it is. It's really important when you're a guest to remember that you're a guest. And he was telling me an experience that he had had living in a different part of the world. He was living in the US. He's of Nigerian descent, but he was born and raised in the United States, and how there was a East Asian community that moved into the community where he grew up, and how the community that he grew up in felt some type of way about the fact that this new community had moved into the area where he grew up, and as they were experiencing it, thought that they could superimpose themselves on him. So you realize different geography, different people, different races, same manifestation, because that's what happens when you go into somebody else's country and you say my way, not your way. Third thing I want to say, to those in this community, and you know who you are, who have observed this, and you know that you have, and you're observing some of your fellow countrymen do the things that they do in other people's countries, and you know that they do, and you don't call it out, you're actually, with respect, you're actually worse than the people doing it. Whatever it might be.
Right?
The only thing worse than a person who breaks the rules of decency is the person who observes.
Hold on. Nothing worse than the person who breaks the rules of decency observes what? And says nothing?
You said?
Wait, play it a little bit more.
Okay. Let's take it back. Maybe.
Things that they do in other people's countries, and you know that they do, and you don't call it out, you're actually, with respect, you're actually worse than the people doing it. Whatever it might be. The only thing worse than a person who breaks the rules of decency is the person who observes the person breaking the rules of decency, break those rules, knows that it is wrong, but keeps quiet. Because by keeping quiet, you create the subtle set of conditions that makes the person doing it think that that is acceptable. And I think if I were to be so bold, I would say that for those communities, you need to maybe call a bosperato, a meeting or whatever, and just have honest conversations about what the trajectory of acclimating to the environment that you're in actually looks like. Because absent of that, I can assure you, these tensions are not going to go away. They're not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He gets it.
Yeah.
And he has a more polished way of, putting it across. But this is exactly how South Africans feel. And as I said, it's not unique to South African.
Yeah.
Americans feel this way. Brits feel this way.
Yeah.
Germans feel this way. I'm sure the Spanish, who are like at the front, like on the front lines of the invasion of Africa, of North Africans, feel this way. Italians feel this way. We just had the Champions League final yesterday in where was it? It was somewhere in the east. I forget, but it was between a team from Paris and a team from England, London, and the Parisians won. And this is football, by the way, soccer. So they basically, Paris looks like it's burning because these guys decided to, like set cars alight and all sorts of other nonsense that they were doing in Paris and while celebrating,
Mm-hmm.
right? That would never happen in South Africa. God forbid if those sorts of people came here, you know? And now when people say, like I saw a prominent Dutch politician say, if you import Africa, you look like Africa.
Yes.
As a South African, I'm kind of annoyed by that because that Africa word includes me. But I get what he's saying.
Yeah.
Like let's focus on the substance and not the style. He's got a point. It's the whole thing of demographics of destiny.
Yeah.
So you can't pretend that you can take someone from Somalia, allow them to stay Somalian. They have like 6 kids per woman, and not have your place change, not have it become Somalia.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So
I know, like in my community specifically, there are, like, I understand the whole feminist push for representation, so important. But why is it that people don't understand the community that they serve? Like, why do we have such narcissistic, fucking entitled people trying to serve a community of people when they don't even understand the community that they're serving? like you should see my community. Like
customer's always right at the end of the day.
Right. I mean, my community, the customer's a little afraid to even bring up the fact that people have messed some stuff up, like because we've imported into service industries like a very Houston culture.
Okay.
Like it might be
so liberal.
It might be normal for people from Houston to see the demographic that they see at work, when it's not normal for the community that they're serving. They have a certain culture, and it's kind of like ghetto hood kind of culture that they're trying to import into a very conservative, very like I don't.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it. There's a culture shock.
Yeah.
And there's, you sort of like jolted by that. There's a clear difference between Houston and where you are.
College Station. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Night and day. Night and day.
And you can't just transplant people and like treat them as though they're like widgets or like like units of, I don't know, whatever the humanoid robot that Elon Musk is making, where you can just sort of like they're all identical. It's not like that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say, that you can't ignore heritage. You can't ignore like one of the things that they were saying is that why don't Black South Africans focus on the first illegal immigrants, the white people who were in South Africa? And it's like, we have a history that's intertwined. These people have bled for this country.
Yeah.
Their grandfather's grandfather's grandfather is buried in this country. Who are you to tell me that I should kick them out first before you, just because you happen to have the same pigmentation as me?
Right. Right.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone else was saying one of the clips was playing, I think it was the first one. We were saying that Black South Africans have a lot more in common with their white South African counterpart than they do with some, I don't know, I think it said Congolese, like African. Much more in common. And that's just how it is. That's exactly how it is.
Mm.
Congo, I think Congo is like 3 countries away from where we are. If you were to place America over that, it would be like within the same country. But in terms of culture, it's different. You know, and we can't just pretend that you know, people can just be mixed like that without any sort of friction. You know, you can't just take a bunch of, say, South Africans and stuff them into the middle of College Station and have it be like, you know.
Yeah.
Now, I would say that South Africans have a lot more in common with people in College Station, certainly, than people in Houston.
I think so. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So there are degrees of compatibility. If you were to take and it's not a race thing, like I was saying, just to go back to the title of the video, it's not a race thing, it's culture.
Mm.
It's principles, it's beliefs, it's whether we see the world the same way.
Right.
Because if you're from, like, if you're speaking from a totally different paradigm, you constantly have to translate semantics. You constantly have to translate, like, things get lost in translation, and we constantly have to account for that. And it just makes living hell.
Yeah.
You know, as opposed to if I were to hang out with my fellow white South African, a South African, Indian South African, who just gets what I'm saying, who gets what I'm referring to, who gets the jokes, who knows when, can sort of quickly catch on to when I'm being sarcastic and when I'm not. Who, you know,
yeah,
when I'm, you know, sort of cracking a joke and it's to anyone else it seems like I'm being offensive, but they know because they're South African that I'm not. Like, I'm actually just cracking a joke. You know?
Right.
All these sorts of things, and you can't just assume that, you know, people can sort of like work their way around that. Nah, I don't believe in that, and I'm sure my fellow countrymen do not as well. We don't subscribe to this view of globalism. You know, if you come here with skill, do what you've been paid here to do. Go back home.
Yeah.
Otherwise, assimilate, and even then, it should be so few of you that we barely feel it.
Yeah.
You know, not this thing of mass migration, and we have like communities. I remember saying to you, I think last time, how shocked I was to see parts of London having like Arabic script for like on their shop names, and I was like, which Englishman is going to be reading Arabic? That's insane.
Yeah.
So yeah, I could just imagine how that would come across in South Africa. Whoa.
Right.
Yeah, like people would get it like that. You see, South Africans are not like this is just I suppose this is what's different about South Africans is that as he's acknowledging, all these people have acknowledged, as well as I've acknowledged, South Africans will get up and protest like the Brits do, like conservatives do, like I suppose the Spanish and the Italians do, right? But we don't stop with protests. See, that's the difference with South Africans. Like, we take it there. You see, so if you want to get violent, then if it's a war, let it be a war.
You think it'll come to that?
I hope not.
Yeah.
But if it's not handled correctly, I don't see why it wouldn't.
Mm.
Like one of the things that I'm concerned about is that if suppose it escalates to violence, and now it becomes a thing of like we now become like targets for retaliatory action from terrorists from the rest of Africa, or from like some of these guerrilla rebel groups from Africa, from further north in Africa, because it's like let's avenge our brothers, our fallen brothers type of thing.
Right.
And the thing is about like once Africans, all it takes is for someone to do something stupid to set off violence, and chances are it's from a foreigner who has a bit of an ego, who has goes on a bit of a power trip, maybe has some illegal guns that he smuggled from back home, shoots a South African, shoots a few South Africans. South Africans are like, oh yeah, oh yeah, you know,
yeah,
maybe South Africans decide to wipe his entire family out, you know, and it becomes a tit for tat, you know. And instead of the simplest way to solve this issue is to just get the government, kick them out, because they can't reject the government because the government is like the official thing. They can't pull the thing of now, no, you don't have the right to do this or whatever the technicality that they try to raise against, you know, the South Africans doing it themselves. If ICE comes knocking, if South Africa decides, okay, cool, we're going to have this sort of thing like ICE. We're going to recruit all of these men who've been protesting and formalize them, train them, give them the proper means to verify if someone is a citizen, is rightfully here or not, and then arrest them all and send them to, you know, centers for them to be processed for deportation. One of the things that's strange about South Africa is that we don't really have like centers for people who arrive at the borders, right? So people can apply for asylum in Johannesburg, get rejected, and then say they're staying because they're hoping to reapply, right? When cops come through and they want to arrest these people, they arrest them, send them somewhere, and then they say no, but I'm still waiting for feedback on asylum. They get left, you know, the judges send them back, and because we don't have like camps or something, these people just go into society, disappear. Some of the guys who were picked up, like the one guy who was Ghana actually had to tell his people to stop doing interviews with South Africa because they were exposing themselves. One of the guys was saying, he was like, they asked him, how long have you been here? He's like, I've been here for, I think he said 25 years to 15 years, some long period of time. And they asked him, okay, so what brought you here? He's like, no, I came here on a visitor's visa. Yeah, so then I decided, you know, I'm not going to go back. And I decided I'm going to apply for asylum. Because I had, you know, conflict with my family.
Yeah. Yeah.
Conflict with your family now allows you to apply for asylum in a country how many countries away?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And it's just exposing how much of a scam all of this is. It's not really, you know.
Yeah.
And South Africans are just infuriated because it's just showing that it's a joke.
Yeah.
It's a complete joke. Yeah. Yeah. Let's get back to this video. It's not really about 7 minutes, like 6 minutes. Yeah. Let's see what this Zulu man has to say.
Going to go away. Fourth thing I will say. There are some people who will watch this who posit themselves as, rapid Pan-Africanists and say, well, Africa belongs to all of us. And I'd like to think I'm a Pan-Africanist. I do business all over the continent. I friends all over the continent. I can assure you that were it the case that we would assess me versus many of the people out there who call themselves Pan-Africanists, I would think that you would find that I'm a lot better traveled. My networks run a lot deeper. And when I went through a very difficult time with my own country, the rest of the continent took me in. Literally took me in. And I'm forever thankful for that. This is literally the reason why some of my best friends are in Nigeria and Ghana and Guinea-Conakry and Niger. You know, this is my story. It's important, I think, to recognize that being a Pan-Africanist is not a license to disrespect other people. In our sales business, one of our biggest partners is in Uganda. I'm in Uganda 4 or 5 times a year. I'm in Kenya 2-3 times a year. Egypt at least once a year. True Pan-Africanism. True Pan-Africanism is about being connected, having deep, lasting, meaningful relationships, and building a spirit of oneness. It goes beyond the theory, for sure, because this isn't 1965, right? The context in which we're operating has shifted. It's changed. It's moved. We have the responsibility to make sure that as that context shifts and changes and moves, we also adapt and adjust our thinking for some of these things. So I just want to say to the Pan-Africanists who perfectly round their R's, excuse the rest of us for having a turn of phrase, but to the Pan-Africanists who perfectly round their R's and will quote lines for us from, Frantz Fanon's The Ratchet of the Earth, or as if we haven't read those books. You know the ones the ones who will try and convince you that they're revolutionary because they can tell you about Steve Biko's I Write What I Like. But they don't know that actually the original title, The Land Is Ours, wasn't Advocate Mugai Tobi's, although I think his book is a seminal piece of work that must be read. The actual original title, The Land Is Ours, was Robert Sobukwe's book. Real Pan-Africanists. So I want to say to the Twitter, YouTube Pan-Africanists, first, we love you. Do your thing, man. We support you. For sure, one continent, all of us, we rise together. But you don't have the right to delegitimize people's struggles just because they don't perfectly align with your, at the moment, political beliefs. You don't have the right to do that. That's not it. That's not right. That's not right. Final point I'll make is this. I think, and I genuinely believe, that no community can rise until that community comes together. In fact, I think if you read history, history makes that point far more ably than I could. We talk about a country like China as if it's a unitary bloc. It really isn't. Now, admittedly, it's a homogenous society. The Han people are 90% of the Chinese community, but still, it's not a unitary bloc. It's not a single homogenous unitary bloc. And in many parts of the world, when you go, you'll realize that even what presents at the coalface as a single group of people, when you actually start to scratch beneath the surface, you realize that these are different people that have different backgrounds. I was in Luxembourg, middle of the year last year. I travel to Luxembourg at least once a year. One of my best friends, I did my MBA with him, is from Luxembourg. Great country. Love Luxembourg. I launched my keynote, the Future of Finance, in Luxembourg 2018. And it was that keynote that precipitated the formation of our Africa FinTech Fund. So, but even if you travel to a country like Luxembourg or even Liechtenstein, you realize when you arrive there that what immediately presents as a unitary group of people, an homogenous bloc, once you scratch the surface and you go, a couple of generations down, these are actually people that came together at a point in time. So the point I'm making is I fully recognize, understand, and believe that the coming together is very important. But it can't be the coming together at any cost. And it can't be the coming together where one group of people asserts itself on other groups of people, disregards their cultures, customs, and ways of life, attempts to destroy their contemporary spaces and their communities, corrupts and pollutes the environments they live in, and then says, now that we've done it, because I look like you, you must accept it, and accept that I'm legitimized in doing it. That is not right. That does not work. So if we are going to come together, and I pray and hope that we do, some of us do, the work that I do is about helping the continent come together. Go and look at the logos of my companies. 154, it's the African continent. My growth fund, African continent. But I recognizing that when we come together, it has to first be on the basis of respect. Basis of respect, of honor. That I respect who you are, where you come from, and the people who brought you where you are. And I honor the spaces that you occupy. And I will not pollute or corrupt the spaces that you occupy. Because these spaces, whilst I'm a visitor here, these spaces are sacred to you.
Yeah.
Why do they always fucking trash the spaces they go in? Why do they throw fucking garbage everywhere? Why do they leave fucking chicken bones on the floorboards of the vehicles? Why do they trash and run into stuff with property that's not even theirs? Like the kind of people that don't give a shit, that feel entitled to other people's shit like that. Why do they trash stuff? Why do they pollute the environment with fucking noise? Like,
yeah, that's a big one.
oh my
That's a
god, it's
big
a
one.
big one. Fuck.
By the way, for South Africans are notoriously soft-spoken.
Yeah.
And now contrast that with Nigerians who are known for being loud and expecting these people to live together.
Right.
Even among South Africans, you have people who are more loud and play, music out loud and things like that, and they don't mix well with people who, like most people. One of the things I found to be like a common trait among people who live in suburban South Africa and gated communities and all that is that they're very quiet, keep to themselves, and there's rarely a need to like call for cops to come and tell someone to keep it down, because they themselves would never make that noise.
Right.
And the day they do is probably like maybe, I don't know, day like the South African national team wins some tournament or something like that, And even then, it's a brief thing, and that's it. There's this sense of I don't know if it's intentional even. It's like people sort of behave in a way that is considerate of other people. I don't even know if it's like intentionally considerate. Perhaps.
It's intentionally considerate. Yes.
You're
actually thinking. You're thinking about somebody besides yourself. Like that's what the cluster B does not have the ability to do. They don't give a fuck. They only do things for themselves.
Yeah.
Like they can't even fucking keep their loud, annoying music to themselves. Like
we have headphones.
Right.
That should solve it.
Yeah. That would solve it.
Because you get the sensation of loud music. It's even clearer than listening to a speaker. Because it's like right next to your ear. You can really capture the full spectrum, the full experience of music, like be fully immersed. And you wouldn't be bothering anyone. But no, you want to make windows shake.
Yeah.
You want to make windows vibrate, and everyone's got to hear that, this person's playing this song at this time.
Yeah, when you're at a
He's having a good
stoplight.
time.
Yeah. The worst thing that accompanies that is a fucking weed smoke. Like I could be at a stoplight in my town, in certain parts of my town, and there's the loud fucking music playing and I'm stuck. But like the wind kicks up or something and I smell weed. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Why can't you keep your fucking weed smell to yourself? Like, and what's crazy is it's not even legal in my state. Like they don't. I'm like, are you not afraid of like the cops rolling by and smelling it, and then like that's not weird? You don't hear that?
My country, they removed basically they decriminalized it. So I'm not sure how it works legally. I think you can still be arrested for it, particularly if you're carrying certain amounts. And I think there's like, it's probably heavily regulated. But I know that you're allowed to grow it and like smoke it. So effectively, it's legal and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, the pollution. Pollution's a commonality.
I don't like people who don't consider externalities. Like, there's this thing that a lot of Americans, especially liberals, have of, it's not bothering me, so why do you care? And it's like, is it really not bothering you? like say for example the issue of abortion. Let's say my body, my choice, which is the same sort of philosophical, grounding of it doesn't directly harm you. Therefore, what business do you have telling me what to do with my body? And it's like perhaps the thought of you doing that is harmful to me. It offends me, right? How about that? Or like in the case of say noise, they'll be like, why don't you just like people be so inconsiderate that they'll say, why don't you just cover your ears then?
Right.
Yeah.
Why
And it's
don't
like,
you do something with your body because I'm making you? Weird, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, being considerate is I'm not someone who subscribes to the IQ thing, but for the sake of pushing this narrative, it's a high IQ thing.
Oh, consideration for others?
Yeah.
I would disagree with you on that, Emmanuel.
I
I've
think
known
it's a
some
high
really low IQ people that were raised with fucking manners and didn't have shitty parents.
Yeah. But I mean it generally takes a particular sense of like what's this thing? I remember Gad Sud talking about this about theory of mind. I think that's the phrase he used. It's being able to. What's the idea? I think it's being able to acknowledge that there are other people in this world. They're not NPCs. They're other human beings that have their own aspirations, own minds, all of those things, and to recognize that they're equally human. And to sort of like be considerate of the fact that it's not all about you. You know what I'm saying? Like in the sort of solipsistic, narcissistic sense.
Right.
To understand that there are other people on this planet. Your actions impact other people. They're not just like some toy that you can sort of like do whatever you want with and then just discard it. Because that's how people sort of move. They move like a lot of these guys act like they're in a game of GTA, where they just go around doing all sorts of nonsense.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and because I think those people still operate in that way because they don't get held accountable for anything and they actually get enabled. It's like the little 4-year-old that throws a temper tantrum in the grocery store because he wants the candy bar. Like you give in and give him the candy bar and he just got rewarded for the temper tantrum.
Yeah. Now he knows next time if I want it.
Yeah, I'm gonna instead of just being like, no, and sticking to that. Like now we have adults that throw temper tantrums and get fucking rewarded because who wants to try to fucking handle an adult child?
Oh man. Gentle parenting.
Oh god, the gentle parenting. Yeah, that part. That's just lazy. I don't know. I think a lot of these really shitty moms don't parent their children correctly because they want them to be dependent on them their entire life.
Yeah.
They want to retard their children so then they can have something to virtue signal about.
What is that? Isn't there a phrase for that? Like a it's the Munchausen by proxy.
By proxy, right? There's some of that going on. But no, we have those kind of fucking mothers in corporations now that are bosses of people and do the same fucking thing to adults.
Yeah.
Like it's really weird.
I think oddly, I think lefties are correct about the fact that there's a mental health crisis.
Oh, big time.
I just don't think they realize that they're the ones who are mental.
Caused it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's let's finish this video, and then I'll play the last one the one that I've been reserving for you.
Okay.
This entire time. It's a very short clip, but I
Yeah?
think you'll like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brought you where you are. And I honor the spaces that you occupy. And I will not pollute or corrupt the spaces that you occupy, because these spaces, whilst I'm a visitor here, these spaces are sacred to you. For some of us, the spaces that are being desecrated are sacred spaces. These are spaces that our parents were forced to walk on one side of the pavement when other people were walking on another side of a pavement during apartheid. These are spaces where our parents were walking into certain environments and shops and stores, and there was a sign that says Blanca Salian, and they couldn't. These are sacred spaces. You don't get to come into those spaces. Tell us that our history is irrelevant, desecrate those spaces, and then tell us to accept it. That's not right. So respect, very important. And then to my fellow South Africans, and this will be my final note. I know that for some of you, you're at the end of your tether, but violence is not the answer. It hasn't been, and it won't be going forward. My hope is that for some of the people who are at the forefront of this movement, who are leading this movement, that God will give you the wisdom to know the movement that you're leading, the discernment to know who to work with and what work to do with those people, but also that God would give you a gracious and a loving heart to meet people where they are. Because sometimes, people don't do the wrong things because they intend to. Sometimes they just don't know better. And I think it's important sometimes to meet people where they are. So, one love, one continent, one people. I'm hearing Bob Marley, One Love play at the back of my head now. Let's stand together and just, thank you for listening to this. And I hope that at the end of all of this, we would arrive at a place of some mutual understanding and love. Cheers.
See, Emmanuel, that part where he's like, oh, some people just don't know better. That I see infecting my country. And that is causing a lot of this racist white guilt when they treat, we'll just say black people specifically, because that's what I see all the fucking time, with kid gloves and baby them, because they think they could never do better. So they need them to help them constantly. Like, I agree. Like, maybe they didn't know, but if you tell them fucking once and they keep doing the fucked up shit, like, then that's on them. Like, you tell that that's not okay because you don't know better. Now you know. Now you know. This is how you behave. This is unacceptable. Knock it off.
I don't
If
even.
choose
I think
after
you're
that
too
to
kind.
keep fucking up, then that's on them.
I wouldn't even give him the first chance.
You won't.
Yeah, if
Why?
like, I don't have time for that. Like, if you, I understand that you didn't know any better. We'll have a fat chat about it from your prison cell. I don't have time for this nonsense of trying to wait for you to for the penny to drop. No. Because if we were to behave that way, can you imagine the sort of evil that would be unleashed? That sort of thinking is the kind of thinking that allows that for that guy to be on that train and kill that innocent lady who was just, I forget her name. I think she's Ukrainian. That's insane. Yeah. That's what those judges have. No, he didn't know any better. No, mentally ill. What? Then he's a danger to society. Putting him in a very small cell is kind. Because in the third world he'd be killed.
Right. I was watching I revisited this movie that a Manly recommended to me that's really good. It's called Nefarious. And it's about a psychologist trying to determine if a guy can stand for execution based on his compos mentis or whatever. So, and then it got me thinking, when did it become a law that we stopped executing people that were mentally ill criminals? And I just Google searched it and it was in the 80s. I'm like, oh, so this is a new thing.
Yeah.
That we stopped fucking killing people because of a mental illness diagnosis. The people that would actually physically do harm. I wonder why that is.
I think it was a perversion of again of the I don't know. It's like people trying to understand and be empathetic to. It's that suicidal empathy.
Yeah,
It's being
suicidal
so
empathy.
empathetic that you put yourself on the chopping
Right.
chopping block, and
Yeah. Let him out again, and then he might kill me.
and it's like, yeah, exactly. Like, so you willing to gamble with other people's lives?
They like to gamble. I was
You
thinking
willing
about
to?
gambling the other
Yeah.
day too, and how that relates to like people that like to gamble. Like,
It's
have
also
you been gambling, Emmanuel?
I have on. It was years ago. I don't know if I actually did. We
I mean, did
did.
you bet
I
money?
was
You
I
won,
was
you
18
lost,
at the
like,
time. I was
yeah,
18 at
yeah,
the time. Yeah,
yeah,
it's my memory is kind of blurred, but yeah, it was I was 18 at the time. It was at a local resort here in South Africa,
yeah.
and yeah, we did, and we'd gone as like cohort of guys, you know, mix. So yeah,
Was it fun for you?
it was an experience, you know. So it
Yeah.
was like cool. I'd always seen those machines, and we were like we'd be turned away because we're not of age.
Right.
So it was sort of like a thing of like finally. And then
Was it
the
all you dreamed of?
no,
Right?
it's just like is this all? I was like, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I was like, why do you have to be 18 to do this? You know, that's the sort
Right.
of
Because you
thing.
can lose a lot of money.
At the time I didn't have that. You know, I didn't think that far. I was like,
Yeah.
okay, you know, I don't think of it on the scale of like, imagine if you're like a working adult who's, you know, earning and like throwing all this money away.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, I've seen that happen a lot. But they gamble. They gamble with that. The guy in the
but
jail, they're gambling that he might not
no,
do it again. Like,
but GM,
yeah.
the thing about people who gamble in casinos is that they're gambling with their own money. Most of the time. I'm not
Right,
counting
not
people who
other
steal.
people's lives.
Well, actually, just,
That makes
but
it
for the
worse.
most part, people are gambling with their own money, right? And consequences tend to fall squarely on them. If
Yeah.
you are a judge who's being, you know, virtue signaling about, by releasing this person, chances are the entire impact of that decision is going to fall on someone else's, you know, shoulders. So I find it particularly morally reprehensible to gamble with someone else's life. It's no different from the people who, you know, are generous with other people's money. They're easy to be, you know, speak loftily about you know, how this ought to happen and that ought to happen. We should cover this, we should protect that, when you're not the one who's, you know, footing the bill. So yeah, the incentives are broken in that situation, and I hate the fact that no one wants to acknowledge it. Out of, again, suicidal empathy.
Yeah.
People should be saying, how do we have a situation where judges are able to put people on, you know, release them, let them live with them, live with the people you release. See if you're happy to live with someone who's willing to kill.
Right.
Let's see if you're willing to take that chance.
Yeah.
It's just like these guys who talk about we should accept illegal immigrants, but they're not willing to live with them. They know that they won't ever feel the impact of the illegal immigrants living with them.
You know what?
It's disgusting, honestly.
It is absolutely disgusting, because that reminds me of, because there's another aspect of it. It's not only the individual who's letting the people get away with the things, there's also external pressure. Like, some of these people are actually being held hostage.
There's a
Like
high
there's constant, because if you're in one person in a super fucking toxic environment, these people will do their damnedest to get you to submit to their bullshit. Like
Yeah.
even go as far as threatening you and confronting you about being racist. Like
Yeah. It actually,
because you call out the racism.
yeah.
It's so weird.
It's awfully high school of them.
Also gang culture-y.
Yes.
Like
Similar
there's an
dynamic.
element of thuggery, like
Yeah.
with these cry bullies. Like it's
Yeah.
crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're obviously doing that because they think they have the leverage. And I think a lot of it is because, oh, he just had a power outage. He'll be back. Hello, Outlaw, by the way. Hello, Adrian.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
Yeah, just got that.
No, but I think it's all also they go through all the tactics that have worked for them in the past. Like they get used to X amount of treatment. So anytime anything shifts beyond that and the people aren't behaving the way they're accustomed to, I think it confuses them a little bit. Like they don't know exactly how to respond when they're being told no. I don't know. I've noticed so much stuff in my culture that I'm like, they're really trying really hard to maintain the status quo of fraud, waste, and abuse, and lying and cheating and stealing and getting away with it. And preferential treatment and getting away with it. One even lied to me yesterday to my face.
Yeah, we need to get into some of the stuff you were telling me about.
Yes, I had an actual racist confront me and threaten me yesterday.
Should I play the clip?
Oh yeah. Play your clip.
Okay, so just to give you some context, some of these immigrants have been sleeping outside the office of the people who are in charge of like our IDs and all that stuff, right?
Okay.
Home affairs, and they're demanding documentation and stuff like that. And so this guy was going to confront them. This is the guy who was chasing. Remember one of the videos I showed you, and he had the flag tied around like a cape.
Yeah, your guy, your warrior.
Yeah, and he was, yeah,
yeah.
He was chasing the guys in Hillborough, I think it was, in Johannesburg.
Yeah.
Where he was dressed like. Let me see if I can find another video of him because I've got another.
Oh yay!
He was dressed like this, but like with the cape like this, and he was chasing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the same guy.
Okay.
Zulu guy. And he's just speaking, but he has like a translator. So let's just get through some of the stuff he says.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's your spirit animal. Did you say you had a protest organizing in your town?
Come again?
Did you say you had a protest organizing in your town?
No, not currently, but soon.
Soon.
As in like this coming week.
Yes.
Yeah, as in like this. I believe these guys are going to be coming to my town soon.
Good.
Yeah.
You better get a picture of yourself with a Zulu warrior.
I don't know if I'll be able to.
Manuel, you need to go.
It depends. Let me African phone. Okay, let's just play skip because he is approaching the people who are. By the way, he was being taunted by other foreigners. I guess to the left of our field of view, and I guess they were sort of like almost like goading him into a fight.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah, this is just to give you the full context. So there'll be a translator. I'll try to skip past some of the translation because it drags a bit, but yeah. Right, 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it spoken like this?
Hmm?
GM?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm playing a video, thinking that it's stream that it's being shared on the screen, but it's not.
No, it's not.
Yes.
I know it's late where you're
So I'm like,
at. I
man,
really appreciate you being able to
like,
do
this
this
is not
after my
what-
appointments
This isn't like
today.
the same.
You're having a blonde moment, Emmanuel.
Yeah, I had a serious. Okay, okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah, let me see too.
So I'm like, I'm sort of like president. I'm like, this is not how it's supposed to look when it's being shared. So I'm thinking, maybe I press this different way. Yeah, you just see, let's get it on screen, share it. So this whole time I'm just singing on my own.
Oh, I needed that, Emmanuel. Thank you for
Oh,
your
man.
blonde moment.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. I'm waiting to push the button to present.
Oh, you're on screen.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, so here is
I'm gonna make
okay.
it big for me too, because I don't want to miss.
That's how it should look. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, look at his plumage.
Come again?
Look at his plumage.
Yeah. That's yep. That's his plumage.
I would speak English. I don't know if all of you are going to explain this. Oh, Mama, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry to see you like this.
Anasema, papa anasema,
Comes with a problem. I'm very sorry to see you like this. I'm a son of a woman. I come from a woman.
na yeye ni mtoto mwenye alizaliwa kutoka tumbo ya mama.
So, unfortunately, our government has left this problem of illegal foreigners in our country for far too long.
Na government yetu ilifanya makosa, ilifanya hii maerere ya ba illegal wenye bana madokima ya mzuri na ikaneglige probleme kwa muda mrefu.
So, as men of this country, it is our job to protect women like you.
Na kama sisi wakaaji wa muji kama wenye muji tuna haki ya kuprotege nchi yetu na mji wetu.
We are protecting our women because a lot of drugs are manufactured by foreigners. I just came from this park here where you see. Hey, Aibo. Do you know? Sorry, Mama. Mama, well, ma'am, well, ma'am, well, ma'am. Do you know why? Sorry, Mama. No, I need to address it. Mama, do you know why your countries have problems? Because women don't want to listen to men. That is the problem. Africanity is where a woman is protected by a man, and a woman can't tell a woman can't tell a man what to do. But a woman can always support the ideas and the ambitions and the dreams of a man. And women are powerful in that. So shut up and listen to what I'm saying, because you don't know why I'm here. Just shut up. If you can't listen, walk away from this crowd, because I can't take that nonsense.
There it is.
Yep. See, well, even the crazy bitch stood up. She's a illegal immigrant. And he's making his statement, and she's cutting him off, trying to fucking put in her 2 cents. Oh my God.
He called it out right
Yes.
there.
Yes, that is beautiful. Actually, Emmanuel, I'm going to show you this one thing before I go into my story about my fucking racist.
Oh man, I love how he cooked her like
Oh,
instantly.
yeah.
Like he didn't
Yes.
wait. He's like, no, I need to address her. Like I need to address, because he's like,
Yeah.
I can see why your country's upside down.
Right. Right. Okay, I have 2 clips. This one, so I love how entrepreneurs are fucking handling some of these feminists, because check out this dude. He just calls out.
I can't invest. I'm sorry.
You don't invest in women?
Of course, I invest in women, but I don't invest in discrimination.
Adrian, you are making this meeting very uncomfortable for me right now.
I just said that your hiring practices of hiring solely based on gender, that's illegal. I'm not going to be part of that.
Wow. You really hate women. I'm proud to say we only hire women in this company.
I can't invest. I'm sorry.
You don't invest in women?
See how she's trying to turn it? Emmanuel?
Of course, I invest in women, but I don't invest in discrimination.
Adrian, you are making this meeting very uncomfortable for me right now.
I just said that your hiring practices of hiring solely based on gender, that's illegal. I'm not going to be part of that.
Wow. You really hate women.
Look at his face, like, what?
Insane. If you don't bow down to what I want, you hate me.
Yes. All these ideologically infected tyrants behave exactly the same way. Okay, I have
No
one
different
more.
from a toddler.
It is absolutely no different than from a toddler. Yeah. Check this out though. This was like beautiful to see. And I know the feminists and all the cluster bees were so like upset at this. You see that?
Yeah.
This is when the guys were in China doing their negotiations. In China. There were no women sat at the table for the final rounds of talks. The Trump-Xi summit in Beijing has drawn backlash after photos from the Great Hall of the People showed not a single woman seated at the main negotiating table. See, this is how you get shit done.
Never mind that. In these sorts of settings, that's a sign of weakness.
Yeah. Having women there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically saying it's one thing to hear that you guys sort of entertain women, for the sake of giving them the participation trophy. But
Dude.
if you're going to have like hardcore negotiations about like global like world superpowers,
Yeah.
perhaps it's not appropriate to go any further. Even the slightest, you know, chink in your armor is exploited. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, ladies, in most of the world, that's what you are. I can tell you for fact in South Africa, that's how that's how it's seen. Not in politics because they're like liberal, but I'm talking day to day life. If I were to say like going to a dowry negotiation, so it's I'm representing my niece or nephew or whatever, and my counterparts come in with like women coming to do the negotiation. Call it sexist, call it whatever it is. It's our culture. See, it's like you're not taken seriously. Like people tell you directly, like give me like bring some like a man from your family so I can like talk to someone. You know, like what are you doing? There's actually a clip of the guy that I just showed earlier, where there's like a lady because you know how they have those marches, and there's a lady who I don't know how found herself right at the front of the march, and the way he like went in on her for like, what the hell are you doing here? Women aren't supposed to be at the front of these marches. What happens if people start shooting?
Right.
What happens if violence breaks out? And here you are, and we're supposed to be men. Our duty, as you said, is to protect you, and here you are sabotaging when I'm trying to do something.
Yeah.
Get up, move, go back. Essentially, in maybe not so many words, go back to the kitchen. Go back to where the women are.
Yes, go
This
to
is-
where the women actually belong.
Yeah, this is men's business. Get out of the way. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
But these things are clear when it comes to the rural areas of Africa and like culture. Like when I say culture, I mean specifically Black ethnic African culture. The problem comes in when you get into like the cosmopolitan areas, where people pretend they're like removed from their ethnic Black African culture. That's what it's. I could liken it to people who move from say College Station to Houston.
Mm-hmm.
They suddenly become you know, liberal and all that stuff. Pretend they don't have like, you know, super Christian parents at home, coming from a, you know, very conservative background. But just because they, you know, now in a big city, they, you know, they're going kind of crazy. That sort of thing. It also applies in the roles that women and men have in, say, like relationships. At home, these girls are cooking, they're cleaning. But if you find them in university, they'll tell you, you know, I don't cook, I don't clean.
Right.
You know? Yeah. It's amusing when you take a step back and kind of look at it and how they play these different parts, and it's also funny when they start switching back to that once they, you know, gone through the trauma of being through I don't know how many men and all of that, you know, the typical red pill thing. Yeah, it's kind of amusing to see that happen as well. Exactly. The thing about South Africans is that they don't compromise when it comes to that.
Yeah. That's good.
So
it's really good. How do you encourage that in the white men in your country, because they obviously kowtow to it?
No, oddly enough, it's mainly urban and urban and English.
Mm.
Yeah, that's where the rot
Hmm.
is for most Africans.
I
Afrikaner
don't
people are very
know.
conservative.
I don't know. Psych was trying to. I can't get Psych to admit women don't belong in certain spaces. And he always brings up this one woman who did this one thing just like the other ones do.
Psych,
He brings up an example of a woman who did the thing once, trying to make the
yeah,
exception the fucking rule. Yeah.
Psych is an Englishman who lives in the most liberal city in the country.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he lives in South Africa's version of what's that thing in man, it starts with P.
P.
The city that has like the most woke people.
Philadelphia.
No, it's I believe it starts with a P.
P.
It has a P somewhere. And I think the States has starts with a V.
A V.
Yeah. It's to your north.
It's not
West.
Vermont.
To
Northwest.
your, yeah.
Starts with a
So,
V. Vegas.
Uh,
Nevada. No, that's not it. I mean, California is the most liberal. The whole West Coast, I would argue, would be the most.
one second. This is gonna come to me. I have to say this thing because it's on my mind now.
Pennsylvania.
No.
That's where Bandit's from.
Let's just see.
I'm trying to think of the most hedonistic. It's got to be California. By far, the most liberal.
I'm talking like woke.
Yeah, California's pretty woke.
Oh, I got it backwards. It's Portland.
Oh, yeah. Well, Portland and Seattle are exactly the same.
Yeah.
That's where I grew up, Emmanuel, the Pacific Northwest.
What's it's Oregon, no?
Yeah, Portland is Oregon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ugh.
So it wasn't a V. Maybe I was thinking of V because I think of Vancouver.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I knew it was in the
pretty bad.
northwest of America.
Yeah. No, that place is bad. Sunkiss, I've been chatting with her a lot lately. She's so funny because she moved there from Texas.
Oh no.
And she keeps telling me about how many men she sees in dresses and how fucked up the people there are. And I troll her by sending her shit like, this liberal's moving to Washington because he can't handle Texas. I'm like, oh, you got another one coming. It's like the gay capital of the world is in Washington. Yeah,
Yep.
so they're moving up there in droves. That place is gonna kill her though. Like
Yeah,
her
like-
health is definitely.
Let me show.
suffering.
Let me give you let me show you some pictures of Cape Town
Okay,
to show you
so
how.
so it's the west coast of.
Yeah, it's like the LA.
Okay.
It really is LA.
Yeah. LA.
It's got the movies. It's got the.
Well, no wonder
the
Psych thinks
scenery.
women should still have the right to vote.
It's got the English liberalism. It's got the. It's got
Yeah.
the. Globalism. It's got the LGBTQ.
Mm.
But all of that. It's got like. It's got the gangsterism.
Mm.
It just really is like the LA of South Africa.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's crazy.
that's why Psych is his view is it's just a matter of where he is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we still need to
And
go get him for a field trip to that white colony. I think that would be so fun.
I just want to say that there's a lot of catastrophizing in South.
Yeah.
You know, like doomsday. You know, if this doesn't happen, it's the end for South Africa. South Africa's collapsing. You know,
Yeah.
The end is near, sort of thing. And for people who internalize that and perhaps don't have the means to digest it properly, add to that, sprinkle to that some, kill the word and BE and you name it. It becomes a toxic mix. You can find yourself sort of really bleak about the future of South Africa. And not necessarily like totally unjustifiably, but perhaps it's still tilted. It's still biased. You can be aware of the possible negative outcomes, but not like hyper focusing, as though there's no prospect for getting out of it. I do think I think South Africa can make it, man. I do. Maybe call me a bit delusional, but I think we can make it. I think we can make it. I think what we're seeing now is the signs of South Africa moving away from that. But ironically, the people who might just crush this movement are the very people. The problem with South Africa is that you have the ordinary white man, then you have the elites. And the elites talk like they're aligned with the ordinary white man, but they don't walk with them. They're the ones. You know who came up with BE? White elites.
Of course.
You think?
Yeah.
You know who in the back half is supporting illegal immigration? White elites.
White fat chicks with nose rings.
No. I mean like white elites, like actual elites. I'm talking the equivalent of like your Rothschilds and those sorts of groups in South Africa. Yeah, they're the ones who. You've got to understand that there's money to be made from chaos. There's money to be made from the lack of law and order. If the government was actually competent and able to enforce its laws, not render them mere suggestions, what would happen would be that a lot of these companies, let me just say, all of these companies that are hiring illegal immigrants would be held accountable. They'd be forced. What would happen is that you start to see the effects of labor actually having its bargaining power. What these guys do is that they say, on one hand, they campaign for let's loosen the laws, right? But on the other hand, they say let's flood the country with illegal immigrants. Right? So what that does is that it cuts the labor from both sides. On one end, labor supply is being artificially inflated, which is a wage suppressing tactic. On the other hand, they want to lobby for the loosening of labor laws, which is also a wage suppressing tactic. So either way, they want you to be earning less and less. These are the elites. And it harkens back to what happened about 100 years ago in South Africa, when, at least from the perspective of white South Africans, they were faced with something very similar. And what the elites did, they were called the Rand Lords, is that they arguably were behind the prime minister at the time, bombing the people who were campaigning. And the people who are complaining actually, if I'm not correct, they're actually communists. The white communists in South Africa, yeah. The South African Communist Party, if I have my history right, was founded by white people. before it switched over to working in the interest of Black people, and I guess all that coincided with the stuff that was happening with the Cold War and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Originally, it was yeah. You need to understand that there was a campaign to squash socialist movements and all of the stuff, because obviously the people who held all the money would be like, God forbid these guys actually have the power to overrule, because to do it sort of like a Russia, just
Yeah.
where they wipe out the elites. A valid concern, and obviously I don't think like it's possible for someone to have a self-interested concern and still maybe somewhat have a good outcome. So they were looking after their own interests, but they were pushing for a good system. But at the same time, they were trying to make sure that they can maximize how much they can exploit people. So similar sort of thing can be said about what's happening in the States. I always bring it back to the H-1B visa discussion about how these people are being undercut by Indians, and they're being gaslit by big tech that these Indians are brilliant, and it's like no. A lot of them have fake qualifications. All sorts of things. The main driver there is the fact that these people are desperate, docile, immigrant labor that is beholden to the company and is cheap. And that's the selling point. And no amount of you being qualified, your master's degrees won't outweigh the selling point of being cheap and essentially indentured servants. Yeah. So what's happening is that people are waking up. A lot of the things that are making people, allowing people to make money hand over fist would, disappear if South Africa actually becomes functional.
Right.
Yeah.
I was thinking about how that translates to my environment, because there's a lot of people that made a lot of money hand over fist in the dysfunction. A lot of people that I thought were more in the weak category, but could be more chaff because they're super confident, and the kind of people that I would like to see in leadership, but they're like, nope, not babysitting.
Are you telling me you may have mistaken?
I may have mistaken some chaff for wheat, because because there's a pay gap, and I mean, bottom line, I do man's work. The men are the best, regardless, across the board. I mean, just yesterday I was. Oh my God. I waited till I was finished with my work so I could find a bathroom. And this was another thing. I was like, fuck, I literally held my pee too long, because another reason why this is man's work, like, because I have to go out of my way to find a bathroom, and guys can just, go wherever. But no, there might be a level of people that just really enjoyed the amount of money that they could make there, because things were so fucked up.
Yeah.
And the chaos. And you know what? That money's being cut right now. So I think all those people that didn't fucking open their mouth and tolerated the bullshit for so long, I think they deserve a pay cut. I'm so over cowardness and weakness, because my environment's fucking full of it.
Yeah.
There's one person I think I might respect, and she's a racist. But she had the courage for the second time yesterday to confront me, because she thought I was racist. But she's the only one that had the guts to confront me at this place so far in the past year. And it was the second time, and it's funny because when she first did it, I started laughing because, like, you know, the kind of racists that are like black women that are constantly talking about white women, this black women,
Yeah.
that white man, you know, and then like who looks through life through the lens of race and is constantly looking for a reason to be offended and constantly looking for racism, you know, even though she's fucking racist, right? And so she confronts me. And I kind of laughed a little bit. She's like, "Why are you laughing?" It's in my mind. I'm like, "Oh, here we go again." It's only been 4 months since the last time she wanted to ask me if I was racist. Only she came at me with like actual threats this time. She threatened to record me. She threatened to file charges on me for being racist.
How?
She wanted to make sure. She wanted to make sure because I'm in a position right now where I work for a lot of people. She wanted to make sure I could do my job and the color of her skin won't get in the way of that. And if she felt any kind of way about my answers, she would go tell on me or something. I don't know. But
I'm actually struggling to make sense of this. She's trying to say that what you treat her differently because she's not white.
She wanted to make sure I wouldn't.
So
because she's heard
that I was
preemptively
assuming you're racist.
Oh yeah, she's been. I mean, this is the second time she's come to me with the same kind of thing. The last time it was because she heard from somebody something that I said to another guy, and what she heard secondhand sounded racist. Because I asked
when we could have just asked you, or just gone about her day.
She could have just went about her day. She puts her fucking nose in everybody's business, though. She's kind of a busybody. And she did lie directly to my face when I brought up the difference in treatment that people receive at work based on race. She flat out lied to my face and said she's never seen that. Even though she's been the recipient of said preferential treatment many, many times in the past. So, I mean, I wouldn't expect her to tell me the truth. Any racist bitch that brags about cheating on her husband with getting a white man side piece, I don't expect to be fucking honest.
Whoa.
But yeah.
Wait, come again?
She bragged about cheating on her husband with a white man.
No.
I think she used the term side piece.
She's done the meme.
Huh?
She's actually done the meme.
She's done the meme, yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of these if you've ever dipped your toe into the cesspool that is pro-black YouTube. There's like this whole you know, I can call it like a war, culture war, gender war between pro-black women and pro-black men, and they're constantly trying to prove that they're pro-black.
Yeah.
And that, you know, they, you know, like never go for snow bunny, never what's the word, swirling, you call it.
Yeah.
Like the guys who criticize women always say that women like eventually do that. So, you know, be so, you know, pro-black, and the next thing you know, they're with a white man. Yeah. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but what makes it wrong is that you're pretending to be, you know, this pro-black, ultimately racist, and yet you know, it's like finding out that a Ku Klux Klan member has a black wife.
Right.
It's that sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. really respect her as an individual because she
That's all right.
lacks integrity, obviously.
Did I say it
But-
right?
But I do respect that she's the only one in my environment that actually has the guts to confront me with an issue instead of just talking behind my back like literally everybody else does.
There's something refreshingly earnest about that.
Yeah. Like I was proud. I was
That's right.
impressed. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was impressed. Even though
kind of-
she's
yeah.
kind of a piece of moral shit. like
It's don't you find those like sorts of situations very funny? Like when you have like
I
the worst
thought it-
person.
I thought it was funny and I laughed and she's like, "Why are you laughing?" I was like, "Sorry."
Oh, that's
I'm-
why. Yeah. Okay. I get it now.
Yes.
Because it's hilarious. It's like
Yeah.
of all the people, you're like one of the worst people I know, and yet you've displayed
Well-
something that's like actually admirable,
Yeah. Yeah, actually
like
admirable.
unintentionally.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it was funny. It's so crazy. Because I feel like a lot of these people I engage with, they don't have really good memories at all. Like she was trying to bring up like, "Oh, remember that the last time I brought this up like a year ago or like 6 months ago or like it was 4 months ago." But she couldn't remember. Like I remember every conversation I've ever had with every person at that place. So I remember what information I gave to said person, and hearing it come from other places has been interesting. Like she said a lot without saying who she got information from, but it was
Oh,
bits
like
and
she-
pieces
Yeah,
I've kind
so
of
she's sort of exposed, and you're able to piece it together. Okay.
it's so funny how packs of hyenas operate.
hmm
Yeah. They really don't want me doing what I'm doing. Unfortunately. For them, I'm not going anywhere. So they literally are looking for reasons to get rid of me, waiting for me to mess up. I literally
Don't
do my
you-
job correctly, and I have everybody fucking watching me. So
I don't know about you, Gian, but I really do for workplace politics
yeah.
and having to like. I remember we sort of touched on this topic last time when we were talking about the CVs, and I was raising the point that I think we should be hyper focused on productivity and not like all these ancillary indicators, your networks and who where we intern and stuff like that. And I was just saying that I don't like the gray areas,
Mm-hmm.
I don't like these subjective areas, and a lot of this stuff, like your workplace politics, is the having to get around people and whether they could be conspiring to get you out of work for no reason. You do
Oh
your job.
no. It's not it's for a good reason. I think it's a great reason. I am
From their perspective.
I'm absolutely a threat to their fucking fraud, waste, and abuse and their cult shit that has been going on for 3 decades. I am a threat to all of it because I call it out. And that's why she was confronting me about how racist I was, because I'm literally the only one in my environment that's like, okay, my community has 10% black people. Aren't you supposed to represent your community? Why is it over 50% black here?
Whoa.
Why is it all women
Whoa.
leadership? Why when I go to the career conference, it's mostly black people? Yes, it's huge. There's a massive discriminatory aspect to their fucking hiring process. For one, the HR people are in Houston, so they hire Houston.
It's difficult for me to process this stuff because in South Africa we have the opposite situation.
Mm-hmm.
We have affirmative action for the majority, and our companies are not compliant.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's like the opposite. On your side, you have affirmative action for minorities, and companies are complying.
Oh yeah, they've gone so far. Like, and this company, I'm pretty sure is fucked. That there's no fixing 3 generations of DEI because they only pull up from the people within the system. And if the people hiring within this is the crop they have to choose from. And the competent people can make more money being competent. And the idiots, especially the women that don't want to do man's work anymore, go into leadership because it hurts your body. Like all the women that I've seen that do that job for years, they are broken. They're physically fucking broken.
Yeah, I'd be broken as well. Any sort of like I remember the first time I did some hard labor.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had so much more respect for like landscapers and farmers and you name it. And it was just like, whoa. And that time I was like an athlete. And I could feel that, whoa, this is crazy. And to do this every day and to have someone on your neck, if you, sort of pull a muscle or whatever, you don't get to complain because it's not a matter of like playing a sport. This is
right.
This is work.
Yeah.
If you don't work, you don't get paid.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was, wow. And did you hear about the CEO who fired his whole HR department?
Yes, I did. I thought it was amazing.
Yeah.
I was so impressed. Like we do, and that's what just keeps the hope alive for me, Emmanuel. when I'm in the pit of hell and everybody is with integrity has despair, which I don't even know if they have integrity anymore. I mean, just because they're not cheating and stealing themselves, they're not calling out the bullshit.
Yeah.
They don't have the true Aggie spirit in them. And I do understand that a lot of people have taken bait. I mean, they tried to demoralize me when I first went into this place. They literally had me steal in my training. 4 days in a row, they had me steal. And my trainers did that. And my classmates I was surrounded with were fucking hooting and hollering like, yeah, free money. And they're like, oh, but this can continue as long as nobody snitches. I was like, am I? What?
Are there... I don't know, Jim. Do you ever get to the point where you feel like it's not like the juice is not worth the squeeze?
No, not with this thing. They're gonna have to fire me to get rid of me.
I mean, like, I don't.
And then
like
once,
the
hold on, Emmanuel. Once they do fire me for some frivolous bullshit because I'm the only one speaking the truth, I'm gonna hit them with the biggest fucking lawsuit ever. So, I'm waiting to be relieved of my duty personally.
That's it. Like I said, feels that imminent.
Yes, it's important. It's really important.
I mean,
this place is written in my fucking constitution of my country. Have you seen that movie, The Great Awakening, by the way? It's a new movie about Benjamin Franklin.
Mm-hmm.
who was the first Postmaster General, but who was also one of the authors of the Constitution of our United States.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there he was kind of pairing up with a preacher guy, which that story totally reminded me of Jordan Peterson. Like
Who's
just
the guy with the wooden teeth?
the wooden teeth.
Let's see.
What?
It was George Washington.
The first president.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in it too. Because the setting historically takes place before the Constitution was written.
Okay.
So, but this preacher guy was just gathering armies and armies and armies of followers, people that would come just to hear him speak. And he just kept going and going and going and kind of burned himself out. It just reminded me of Jordan Peterson, how he was like that guy of our time.
Yeah.
Like, you need to watch it. It's so good. So patriotic. It was great seeing our country's founding in the room full of men that were making the decisions. I'm like, I'm just thinking like those guys have to be turning over in their fucking grave right now to see what us Americans have done to their fucking country. Like,
There's a problem with once you get things to the scale of the masses. There's, room for corruption, obviously,
it's
capture.
huge. It's so huge.
And then
I mean,
worse than that is just the dumbing down of everything. Quality of like, you compare the founders to like your average congressman,
right. Yeah.
There's a fall from grace, and one would hope that the next generation would produce the sorts of people who can be pioneers and push America and the world into the next stage, wherever that may be. And if anything, it's like governments and HR departments as well select for, if not the worst, like the bang average.
Yeah. They don't do that. I see they select for skin color and what genitalia somebody was born with. That's what they fucking select for.
Yeah.
Which is racist as shit. And then to treat these people like babies, not hold them accountable, is also racist as shit. And we have so many of these people in positions of leadership that are allowing this to take place, which literally creates a hostile work environment amongst people that are being made to tolerate such bullshit. So it's very demoralizing.
Of
Very
course it will be.
demoralizing. Yeah.
Of course. I was actually going to ask you because I have a huge issue with that whole thing of like the workplace politics, the betrayal of meritocracy.
The betrayal of society at large. Betrayal of the taxpayers. If you receive any kind of government funding, it's a betrayal of your community that you serve. Yeah. All of that.
And it kind of pushes the average person, especially if you've got any wits about you, to strive to be self-sufficient, self-employed.
Yeah.
I know that certainly in our country there's very little incentive to join like big corporations and things like that, because it's just hell in there, man. It's you navigating people who are so pretentious, so yeah.
Cluster B, all of them.
It's just
Emmanuel, every single diversity hire that has gotten free shit for not earning it is nuts.
If I hear another circle back.
So, oh fuck, circle back. Yeah.
If I hear another, we have to. What's the word?
Hey, let me echo your sentiment.
The echo. If I hear another person talking about synergies, oh man.
You know what though? A word that I think I'm going to adopt only because it's used often in a news circle. Egregious. I like egregious. I like that.
Yeah.
I like egregious.
Oh man, we used to do this thing in school, where we'd have, especially for my English language, in school, we'd do this thing where we'd list like vocab out, like books, list words.
Yeah.
Like entire workbooks filled with words where we'd write, essentially writing the dictionary out. It was cool. We come, I'm just thinking of I found one of them a couple of weeks ago, and I was just thinking of some of the words that I was exposed to as a kid, like words like supercilious and verisimilitude.
Yeah,
man. There's some fun memories of myself as a kid.
Yeah. That's good. Do you know what the definition of demoralization is?
In what sense? In the literal sense or in the political sense?
Both.
Okay. Just trying to think of it like fly by night definition. I'd say they're kind of related. It's just the difference is scope. I'd say that the more direct one is essentially making you become sort of like this. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say disinterested. Disinterested is not the correct word. It's it's late, so my brain's kind of.
I know. That's unfair. I'm just gonna demoralize.
Let me give it a go.
Okay.
It's sort of like if you get sort of like you no longer sort of like I don't want to say apathetic. You lose the belief in something. You like, say for example, if you think of like being demoralized with regards to a political system, or belief system, you lose the belief in the structure, in the fact that the processes will actually yield the things that they're supposed to yield.
Yeah.
And then in terms of like the political sense, it's obviously in that scope is you lose belief in the system. You start to I have that sort of thing in my head. What does your dictionary say?
So demoralize, to corrupt or undermine in morals or moral principle, to pervert or deprave.
Yeah, I've got in the sense of the morale.
Yeah.
That's the one that's stuck. But the
demoralization, act, process, or means of demoralizing, state of being demoralized.
Right. Yeah.
It's
a circular definition.
Yeah. Right.
Means that nonsense.
But the corruption.
Right,
I think it could be said that if you have people within leadership who are pressuring people into fraud, waste, and abuse of a said company, that could be demoralizing, right? I mean, you're
Yeah.
literally holding their job hostage and making them participate in the thing.
Right.
And
That's the
then
word.
and then in front of a group of people that also put pressure on, like, oh, you better, you better not be the snitch. I want to get this free money. Like,
You know how I was saying this. The word I was looking for is disheartened.
yeah, disheartened.
Yeah. So it says here to undermine the confidence or morale of, and then it says semicolon, and then it says disheartened, to put into disorder, confuse, to debase the morals of, or corrupt.
Yes.
Right. And I know the first one, that's the one that sticks to me, because I think that's the one that's the context in which I'm often exposed to that word.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it's also like quite literally
Yeah.
to debase the morals.
Yes.
Something.
Make somebody
Correct.
act out of their normal moral. And there has to be some kind of I mean, because when that happened to me, I didn't say anything at the time, because I was like, it's, for one, is this even, like, I was confused. I was like, is this even really a thing? And it happened 4 days in a row. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna let you out 2 hours early, but we'll write this time on the where you're getting paid. I'm like, what? This is weird. But everybody was excited about it except me. And then I told many people over a month, and I was losing sleep because I was like having nightmares that I stole money from the government and shit. I didn't feel good about it, and people were just like, shh, don't say anybody, or don't say anything. You don't know who knows who here. And I'm like, this is kind of fucked. Like, the fear mongering, the using your job as leverage.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big deal in this place.
When you say using your job as leverage, you mean to squeeze you or to get ahead?
Yeah.
Okay.
To squeeze you into, especially your first 90 days, you have to do everything you're told, or else you're told you're fired. So that's when they get you into the culture. Like, you have to follow every instruction without question.
Yeah.
It's part of the culture. So
Okay. So if okay, but I'm gonna answer from the crony capitalist point of view.
Okay.
Okay. Or ask questions rather. If you don't have that sort of period where people can squeeze or, like, hang the sword of Damocles over your neck.
Yeah. Yeah.
How are you supposed to encourage people to expose their full capacity so that you know what the level is?
Yes, which I love the idea. I think it's a great idea. I just have a problem with that was set up. There were different people calling the shots and making the orders. Right now, we have narcissistic psychopath diversity hires doing it.
I see.
Yes. Different.
So it's a fundamentally different environment here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. When these people can't even remember what they said to you 2 days ago. Like, and then if they give you the wrong information, they have to pretend they know what they're talking about when they don't. And then they get upset when you question, because
Yeah.
that's weird. Like, you just said this, but yesterday it was this. Like,
Yeah.
they don't remember.
I,
They're
I
just going off of feelings, what they
okay.
felt like at the moment, not what
I
the actual rules are.
I actually am one of the guys who forgets things,
Oh
but
man, no.
I forget things from especially if it's like I'm talking if it's like a daily thing. It's difficult for me to forget things. But if I forget things and you're like someone I'm exposed to daily, then chances are maybe I don't like deliberately do it, but my brain says this is garbage, or this person rarely says anything useful. So just throw everything to the recycle bin,
Yeah,
So it's
but that's different
it's
than
sad to see that in a professional
forgetting
environment.
what you instructed people to do.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
forgetting what people's jobs are.
Getting like vital information.
Forgetting you were supposed to do something that now you're 3 weeks behind on, past the due date. But oh no, what do you mean? Of course I didn't. That just happened last Thursday when it was weeks before. And a Friday.
Okay.
Like,
Now I'm going to ask you from a more lefty point of view.
okay. Yes. Let's have patience
If
and compassion for these people, please.
no, no. Well,
Okay.
kind of. I was going to ask if you have we have let's just assume that the IQ stuff is valid and true and all that.
Okay.
Right? There's a bell curve.
Yeah.
The people who are on the best end of the curve, the high IQ, tend to be in at the very least middle income to upper income sort of jobs, right? Like elite, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happens to the people who are at the other end of the opposite end of the IQ bell curve? And if you have a job that pays so low that it is only ever going to be attracted to those sorts of people, can you be surprised if you get certain outcomes, right? If you, like, I'm just thinking about this, because with regards to this whole immigration issue,
Mhm.
one of the points that people have been raising is that apparently South Africans are lazy. And I'm like, is it that South Africans are lazy, or is it that the jobs that we're speaking of that are hiring illegal immigrants are paying so low that the only people who would ever accept it are the worst of society? So then people sort of have this, slanted, tilted view of society if you're only ever exposed to those sorts of people. That's not really reflective of the average society of most people.
I don't think leadership has. I don't think it's lower paying than the bottom rungs of.
I'm not even focused on the pay so much as I am focused on the mechanism of selecting for the worst people. And I'm just making the point of payment because it's just something that's more direct, But having a thing that selects for the worst.
I don't. I think there's been a combination of selecting from the people that want to do it.
Okay.
So there are certain people that are more driven that want to be in charge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like all the people I've ever seen that I'm like, dude, that person would be good. They think logically, they have the experience, they think critically, they know XYZ, they know their job inside and out. And I feel like for somebody to manage people doing that job, you have to be a badass at doing that job first. Like you have to know your fucking job inside and out.
Yeah.
Right. These people that manage the people that to do the job don't fucking know the job, because they didn't even do the job very long before they moved right up into leadership. And they couldn't cut it as doing the job, so they moved up in leadership. So, but that was their goal from the beginning.
They failed upwards.
They fail upwards. Yeah. And I know Texas A&M I mean, they've struggled the past 10 years failing diversity hires upwards. They're just now getting to a point where they're firing these people. Like they're taking a stand. They're having the guts to actually fire these people. But it's hard to fire people when they have zero discipline on their record for anything. And there's a reason none of these people have any discipline on their record. It's because they keep getting their shit covered up. Like the racist that confronted me yesterday, she's been in 2 accidents. Probably none of it's on her record. She's been in 2 accidents and 2
accidents. Are you
yeah,
talking,
yeah. Which
yeah,
I
because,
was told we would be fired for doing. But no, she's had 2. Not too dog.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah. Yep. It's crazy. Because I was looking up statistics for certain jobs that had vehicles that are paid for by the company. And I could not find any statistics online about which sex wrecks the most vehicles. There was nothing online. Obviously, because it's not reported. Obviously, because it's not documented. I mean, it happens every single day. But there's really no paper trail.
Specifically for place of work, or just genuinely in
And in general, I mean, I have a client who said the Bryan bus deliveries, the school buses that drop the kids off at school, have the same issue. And their drivers get a $20 bonus every day if they don't get in an accident. She's like, yeah, it's kind of crazy. I've been involved in a couple car accidents and my driver. And, you know, I'm proud of my driver when she gets her $20 a day bonus for not wrecking us. Like, the incentives are so fucked up, Emmanuel, in my country.
You know, sometimes I think you almost have too much money.
You would think it might be a first world problem. You know what's crazy?
It's kind of it's okay. They're trying to create incentives to do, you know, the right thing, to do the thing.
Yeah. $20 a day of taxpayer money. Taxpayer money, mind you. Yeah. The people in charge of the taxpayer purse are incompetent and shouldn't be in charge of any taxpayer purses. Period. The end.
Don't you ever get like a sense of like, well, I should just, you know, get something that sort of like pumps money into me, you know, passively, and just go off into, you know, the sunset, you know, get out of the. Oh man, like I know I got there was a time where I really got like to that feeling of, especially when it came to the gender war stuff. I was just like, oh, I'm so fed up with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was just like, because you have the realization, you realize, okay, cool, this is how this stuff works. And when you try to sort of like put out into the atmosphere, the ether, that, you know, okay, this is maybe we could fix it this way or that way. And you just realize that you're surrounded by people who have no interest in actually solving problems.
Oh, I know. I know. And strangely, the people that can solve the problems have no interest in actually doing it. And I can see why. I can fucking
Yeah.
see why, absolutely. Because I'm the only one that's doing it, and I'm getting all the fucking heat for it.
Yeah, and procedures and the red tape and the complaints and the
And it's but it's funny because it's like the cult doesn't, they're allergic to accountability. So if there's anybody touting accountability, they're gonna try to get rid of them. So
Yeah.
I mean, it puts a target on your back, absolutely. Like,
Yeah.
but it still has to be done.
Yeah.
So
You remind me of what the police guy was saying. Policeman. It says that it's about being accountable. It's about being having integrity. It's about doing what's right, even when you're not going to be applauded.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That's fine.
Being a hardworking, honest person is it's actually the worst thing to do nowadays. Take a target on your back.
It depends on your environment. If you're self-employed, you're golden.
Oh yeah. Then
If
that's
you
like,
work for a corrupt
meritocracy.
corporation that's been co-opted by the DEI cult, then yeah, it's kind of,
The best
they
thing you can do
they will try to
is-
demoralize you to bring you down to their fucking level.
I was
So.
having a discussion about this with someone else who was complaining about about how, being an honest worker, the person was actually complaining about how they were being isolated and scorned for being a hard worker.
Mhm.
And people literally saying, you are setting a standard that is above what we are used to.
Oh yeah.
And saying that in a negative sense, like, why are you trying to raise the standard? What you should be doing is, maintaining the status quo.
Mhm. Mhm.
You're disturbing the peaceful environment we've managed to create for ourselves. The mediocrity and not working. Now, mind you, this is in a health environment. So like lives are at stake.
Yeah.
And people are, it's just, when you see the rot, it's sort of like, it is demoralizing.
Yeah.
You sort of get this thing like, there's no way. If these people can be lazy, then
Yeah.
if these people can be morally corrupt, like, there's no way.
Yeah. No, and I kind of feel down about it a lot because not a single person in my environment thinks it'll get any better. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll do it by myself then. Fuck you guys. I mean, it'll take longer if I'm doing it all by myself. And, the cult will definitely have.
Do you ever get any sort of like like how the person's talking about a bonus for not not causing an accident? You get any sort of bonus for that additional work for
No, I just get more lies and more threats and more toxic female nature thrown at me on a daily basis. Smear campaigns are so real, and I don't know. The cult seems really desperate right now, though, because I think a lot of the things that they've tried haven't worked.
Yeah.
And so it's almost like they're cycling through the same things because they forgot the first time that it didn't work.
It didn't work. Yeah.
So I find myself having the same conversation, thinking it's like Groundhog's Day, you know? You see that movie? With Bill Murray, Groundhog's Day, where he kept waking up and it's the same fucking day.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
is.
it's happening lately.
Your memories, yeah. Like or like done one of these. Yeah.
Yeah. What's crazy is they don't have a good memory. And then I'm trying to work with people that are supposed to be on my level or above me, and they also don't have good memories either.
Yeah.
And they don't remember to follow through on stuff that's really important. It's weird, Emmanuel. It's really fucking weird. The amount of time that I see them not doing actual work and they're doing other work. Like, instead of holding somebody accountable, I witnessed somebody spend an hour with a chick that fucking got in an accident, reassuring her that she'll be okay. She won't be in trouble. Because she got in a car accident.
But one of the things that was you reminded me of something. One of the talking points I saw trending after the story broke about the guy fired the HR department.
Yes.
Was that they'll say that most workplaces are essentially like daycare for women.
Yes, they are. They absolutely are. Why? And you know what? I've been getting a bit angry with fucking men lately. I feel maybe you should check if I'm going to the dark side, because when I see a lot of these men letting these women get away with this bullshit in companies,
Yeah.
like
they
let them get away with the bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So who do I blame? Do I blame the people right above me that are too fucking stupid to realize they're being tokenized and they were given a hand up because of white guilt? Do I blame the one above them that gave them the hand up because of white guilt? Do I blame the one above them that also did the same fucking thing, but maybe gave her a hand up because she's a woman? And, you know, those cult members believe that, you know, women can do everything men can do, but better. Or do I believe the guy above that's letting all this bullshit below him fucking take place? Where does the blame lie, Emmanuel?
It's with all of them, but I think the one who has the least is the one at the bottom. That's the
tokens.
Token.
The tokens.
Because the token is actually pursuing self-interest. The person who's abdicates their shirk their duty, shirk from their duty of care, you know, are exempt one above them. Because they're the ones who betrayed, who chose tokenism over meritocracy.
Or do I blame the people on ground level that tolerate this shit too?
That come again?
Do I blame my peers that actually put up with it and don't fucking say anything about it?
Yeah, they also part of it. They also enable it.
Yes.
The
Super
ones
enablers.
The ones who are the most to blame are obviously the ones who created the system. Because they have the broadest impact.
So when you said created the system, I mean, you mean the guys who founded our country, who would be rolling in their graves about the 19th Amendment?
or let me say the people who created the policy.
What policy?
You know, the thing of prioritizing anything else besides being, productivity.
But it's
So-
not written in any policy. What's written in the policy is accountability and productivity and all the good things. It's just the people responsible for enforcing said policy don't have the ability to do it.
At some point, for that to become a culture, like
Yeah.
it has to start from somewhere. Someone
Yeah.
must have advocated for, I would say in this case, affirmative action.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it may be someone who's so far removed from you that you can hardly believe that they're actually related to you, but they put the poison in the air.
Yeah.
Just
And there's
because-
people passing it out to everybody else, though.
Yeah.
Knowing it's fucking poison.
Mhm.
Knowing it is. They know
But
it's poison.
ultimately, the person who's ultimately to blame is the person who put it out. That's not taking away from the fact that at every node of interaction, that person who got who was the latest recipient of the poison could have stopped the transfer, could have stopped, the rot. But because of self-interest, they just chose to pass it on. And next thing you know, it's everywhere.
Yeah, it is a lot of self-interest. That's another thing I'm going to start hammering on this week. I have a lot of my peers that aren't thinking big picture and their long-term success. So, see, my role is setting standards. Like,
If you
Yeah.
ever have time,
Yeah.
look into some of the economics theories, stuff about market failures, right?
Hold on, Emmanuel. Is this going to involve me reading, or could I get an audiobook?
No,
You
it
know
could be
I'm
like
illiterate.
it could be like a short video,
Okay.
just on various market failures. I'm saying market failures, market failures. Or even you could just chat GPT it or something like that, Look up things like the tragedy of the commons.
Tragedy of the Commons.
Yeah.
Is it a book?
So no. It's just a kind of market failure. By market failure, what I mean is a market is supposed to be like a platform on which multiple participants coordinate or behave in a way that brings about a particular outcome, right? And
I found
there's-
a 1.5-minute video about cows and a farmer.
yeah.
Should we play it?
Yeah, that's exactly how it was taught to me when I was in
The cow and the farmer?
varsity. I believe it was, yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah, that's exactly how it was taught to me in varsity first year.
Really?
Yeah.
Copy.
Talk about how they go out to. Well, you're sending it to me.
Well, I gotta pick it up from Discord.
Oh, okay.
From my laptop. Yes, Emmanuel, roll that clip.
Okay, cool. 1 second.
No, I got it here. Oh shit. Oh, I'm not.
Or wait, mess with your computer.
Hold on. I don't think I'm signed in. I had to wipe my entire computer and start fresh because I'm using it for work only stuff. Hold on, let me switch my channel. Switch account. Yeah,
Or
I'm not even signed into my YouTube.
or shall I play it?
Yes, please play it, Emmanuel.
Okay. 1 second. Everything.
What narcissistic abuse recovery? Oh, feminist abuse recovery. Yeah. That's funny. Hello, Riggs. Good to see you. Wait, you guys have a Masonic village in your town, Adrian? So I found a local Mason library, and they're literally only open on Thursdays from like 12 to 4, and that's it. And there's nothing in the building. Like, no open windows, everything's closed off. So I don't know what that means, but there's 3 dudes that had their email addresses on the door, on the sign on the door. It's like Masonic library. I was like, what the hell? What's in there? Okay.
Back in 1833, William Foster Lloyd noticed something fascinating about the so-called common pastures. In other words, pastures without an owner, which can be used by everyone. He noticed that these common pastures were in considerably worse shape than those which had an owner. Why? Simply because the short-term self-interest of the people who were using those pastures made them consume too many resources, and in the long run, everyone suffered. George asked himself, should I buy another animal? And decided that yes, he'd make more money that way. He knew he was overloading the pasture, but didn't care. He wanted the extra money. The problem is that everyone did the same thing. In the end, the pasture was brutally overloaded and therefore became unusable. Some people made short-term profits, but in the long run, everyone lost. As far as the pastures which had an owner were concerned, this didn't happen because it was in the best interest of the owners to exploit their property sustainably. Today, similar situations occur frequently. For example, with fishing grounds such as the Grand Banks of Newfoundland, which used to be home to a huge cod population. About 50 years ago, however, technology enabled people to catch a lot more fish than before. The fish population, and thereby the fishing industry, collapsed by the 90s and might never recover. The same way, humans are doing everything from polluting their Earth's oceans and atmosphere to generating traffic jams during rush hour. There we have it, the tragedy of the commons.
Okay. I don't get into it like properly technically, but the idea about this, I'm just trying to illustrate that sometimes in markets you can have, or in places where people pursue their personal interest, you know, they can sort of like, it can sort of lead to collapse. And also, I think that's to the point you were making earlier. Oh man, I've lost my train of thought. But the point is, regardless, that you can have certain things work out in a way that's contrary to what you would expect, just because of the way the incentive structures are laid out. People can pursue their own personal interests to the detriment of not only themselves but everyone else. You know, there's supposed to be ways in which you account for that, to try solve for that, accommodate for that, or perhaps even try and prevent that if possible. And these sorts of things are supposed to be done with properly structured policies and things like that. So, like, just to bring it back to the point of the workplace, you're supposed to This is what policy is for. You know, the conduct, you know, those sorts of things. There's codes of conduct and things like that. You're supposed to have things that govern, that are like the guardrails that can govern behavior and things like that. So that you don't have situations like this where things sort of like fail, sort of collapse. There are all sorts of other failures. Say, for example, in the case of asymmetric information. In the case of, say, for example, if you're selling a car, or in the case of insurance, right? If I want to get insurance, I have every incentive to hide as much information from the person who's going to take on the burden of keeping me insured, so that I can get the lowest premium I can and get the maximum cover I can, right? So you have things like that, like asymmetry of information. Likewise, you could apply that for people applying for a job. They have every incentive to hide information, even on the side of the employer. You know, the fact that you have this culture, say, for example, of not having salary bands publicly, you know, known, or even like put on the post. You know, they'll just say market related. You know, because it's ways in which they're trying to leverage the fact that they have much more information than you do. See, these sorts of things they can lead to either, you know, inefficient markets, or you know, sometimes just outright broken.
Yeah.
In the case of, say, I'll just go back to the case of selling, say, a second-hand car. If you have asymmetric information, how are you ever supposed to bring the seller and the buyer together? Because the buyer will be like, I'm not willing to spend that much amount of money on something that I have no clue about, you know? And the seller obviously is going to try their best to keep the information hidden so that they can get as much money out of it as possible. So that'll be the case of moral hazard and a bit of adverse selection. Yeah, so there are all sorts of ways in which interactions between people can collapse. And just to bring us back to the workplace, a lot of the stuff that you remind me of a lot of the stuff you're talking about reminds me of the stuff of how, for example, you spoke about the tokens. What incentive do they have to display the fact that they're incompetent?
Right. Well,
You know,
and
they
I
have
asked,
every incentive to hide it.
I know, but I
And
asked,
even from, yeah.
I asked one of the tokens recently. I was like, "Why did she move up into leadership?" And her answer was the fucking same as every other one of them. Because I wanted to make a difference.
And
I was just like,
that's like vague.
I know. And I got to thinking about it. I mean, because it was just a very brief interaction. But I was just like, I wonder what the fuck that means. Because they all say it. They all say it. All the ones that are not good at their job, they all say the fucking same thing. I wanted to make a difference. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm doing this. Like, I want to make a difference. Like, but they never clarify whether their goal is like a positive or negative difference. Like, they just want to change stuff. Like,
Yeah.
that's not a
very
good reason to go
progressive, I
into
guess.
leadership because they just want to change stuff.
That's
I
very
want to
progressive.
smash the patriarchy. See, that's
Yeah.
what I don't understand. Why are these men in leadership positions letting these feminists destroy companies that their betters fucking created? Like, how in the fuck do these men allow these women to destroy the patriarchy from within these companies?
Because it kind of follows the same deterioration that you see in trust fund babies and their descendants. You know,
Hmm.
it's like it's the principal agent problem. Again, that's economics. Basically, what you have is, you know, like okay, here's a saying. When you what's it? How does the saying go? It goes if you want something done right, you do it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because the reason for that is that if you were to, the reason for that saying is that if you were to hire someone else, they wouldn't have as much of an incentive to get it done right because they don't have skin in the game.
Right.
It's not their baby, you know.
Mm.
It's not they didn't put in the hours in the back of the garage, you know, going through all of the failures, you know, they don't have that bond to what was created, to the company that was created, to the country that was created. You know, part of why illegal immigration annoys me so much because they don't have skin in the game.
Right? Damn guests.
You know?
You don't live here.
Exactly, they don't have
Yeah.
skin in the game,
Yeah.
but they want to benefit from it, but they don't have skin in the game, so they don't have the sense of care. It's the same sort of thing with like the tragedy of the commons. The whole lesson is that the fact that they said splitting the commons up into like individual pieces of property that the people own incentivize them to use it properly because now they have skin in the game. It's now theirs. You know,
Yeah.
there's not this mental, you know, idea of the entire commons are mine. It's like, no, this tiny piece is mine, so I better make it work.
Yeah.
Because I can't go into the next man's yard because he's doing his own thing.
Right.
Right? Because basically what's happening is that in the tragedy of the commons is that if everyone believes the commons is theirs, they are artificially multiplying, like in their heads, they're multiplying the actual size of the commons.
Mm.
So if you say have a 1 acre let's say a 1,000 cubic or square foot area, right? Available, right? If you have 1,000 people who all think that single 1,000 square meter area is theirs, they've artificially multiplied it by 1,000. And they behave as though it is 1,000 times bigger, even though it's still only just 1,000 square meters. It's them not being able to coordinate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, you don't have to use the restroom.
Yeah. GM?
Yeah, are you tired? Huh?
Getting kind of late this time, so.
Oh, I bet.
It's actually kind of early. So,
I know. Is it light out yet?
no, it's about. No, actually, it's because it's winter this time, so it should be taking a bit longer.
Okay. We can end this.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing what's going on in your country. It's good news. I'm so proud of the Zulus.
Yeah, there's a lot that's on the way. Hopefully I'll have something positive after, say, 30th.
Okay.
It'll be interesting to see what happens in the meantime, because there's obviously going to be some escalation.
Yes. Yeah.
And with how these guys have had meetings with because they brought all of like the security cluster and all that stuff to have meetings about this stuff. So it's been taken seriously, and I'm pretty sure there's some no, I don't mean it in that way. I mean I mean in the negative way, that they want to squash it, you know. They want
but
nip
they
it in the bud.
obviously think it's a fucking danger.
Yes.
I mean, that's a good thing.
They
They're trying to
perceive that
stop
it's a
you.
danger, but they underestimate it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And they sort of like the problem with incumbents is that they have this tendency to believe that they'll never ever be ousted.
Right.
They have this thing that because I'm here, I'll always be here.
Yes, they do.
And once it happens, it sort of like hits them out of the blue, and then they never ever realize until they like look back. Once it's too late, and they start looking back, and they're like, "Oh man, I should have seen it," you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the ANC seems to be stuck in that, you know, and they're gonna learn. They're gonna see it, because we have elections at the end of the year, local elections and municipal elections. That's where all of the, you know, the mayors and all that are decided. City managers, you know. And what that's going to do is that if that swings away from the ANC, it's going to take away a lot of the jobs that they use to, you know, run their empire. And once that goes, they're going to start, you know, it's going to be just, I don't know, a medley of you know, self-sabotage. They'll be fighting among themselves, you know. They'll be just be betraying each other, because, you know, the amount available for the feeding trough will be drastically low.
Yeah.
And that's when the action is going to start. That's when the real action is going to occur. So it's 30th of June and then 4th of November. These are the 2 dates.
Okay. Yeah, the 30th of June. I'm looking forward to seeing. I think that's a good date. I should bring up the 30th of June for something. I'm working on a couple things. I would like to chime in on that one too.
Yeah, they've said that as from today, they'll be going to you know, shop to shop, asking people, you know, like illegal immigrants, like what are your plans? Because the 30th is coming.
Yeah.
Already we've had Ghanaians come and fetch some citizens. Loads of tiny fractions, but the gesture alone is big. I mean, Ghana, and then Nigeria is still going to do the same. The worst people, the worst like countries with the most people in our country usually are silent. Countries like Zimbabwe and Mozambique, they're quiet. Not a word. But maybe Mozambique did say, like, sort of voice its concerns about the unrest, but no intentions to come and fetch people.
Right.
Because, you know, that'd be the worst. People who've now experienced what it's like to have a somewhat functional economy and government, you know, developed, going back to their homes, which are like terrible.
I mean, they were laying on the fucking street anyway. What's the difference if it's their street or yours? Like,
because it knowing that you just even the fancy lights can't, GM. Even knowing that the fancy nights that you don't ever go, really get to make use of, never run out. Knowing that water's always there, knowing that it's always clean, knowing that it's potable, that you can actually drink from the tap without dying,
So why aren't those people holding their country accountable, their
yes,
government?
that's what Martin all of us are saying, and that's what we want, and that's, I suspect that's what a lot of these leaders don't want. That's why there's this resistance to, like, there's this guy, I think it's Syria, that told, like, I think Germany was like, we want to send Syrians back to Syria, and they're like, no, you can keep them. Why do you think that is? If I were a German citizen, I'd be asking myself, why is that?
Yeah.
What exactly do we have here?
Yeah.
What kind of people do we have here that their own home, don't want them? So people from their own home country don't want them back.
Right. Yeah, it was funny in that
Insane.
movie, The Great Awakening. He was doing a chess game with a guy from Britain, Benjamin Franklin was, and he was reiterating about how all the Americans, he was pretty much like, we've been dumping boatloads of our trash people, our criminals, our this and that onto the shores of America, and you're gonna get them to what?
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's so true. My country was founded by a bunch of criminals and people that
Australia was the same.
didn't like laws, apparently.
Australia was the same. Australia was like, I think it was actually like one of the prison islands. It's the same with Saint Helena,
Yeah.
which I think that's where Napoleon was sent, and I'm pretty sure one of the Zulu kings was sent. Yeah. Interesting history of the British Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Emmanuel, let's wrap this up.
Yeah, let's call it.
I think we did. Oh, we only went 5 hours.
Yeah, but this is a long one compared to what we've been doing recently.
Well,
but
yeah.
compared to like the original ones, holy.
I know they're nothing
It could
compared
only
to the
be like
original.
halfway.
I know, right? We're just getting started. Well, thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you for being a sounding board for my complaints about my country and, the feminists that are destroying it.
I've hoped that things will change. I've hoped. If it's not from America outwards, it will come from outside in, but in the positive sense, not in the infiltration sort of thing.
Yeah.
In the sense of
External pressure.
Yeah, and it's in the sense of just a return to sense, things being like somewhat normal again,
Mm-hmm.
We can't allow for people's lives to be in total decline while technically money's going up. It's quite shocking to see how technically people are getting richer, but like they're less like fulfilled. Less, they don't have as much of not as much hope for the future.
Yeah.
Yeah. And all of that is policies, a lot of things, that need to be unwound and done away with and then reconstructed. Yeah, but I have hope.
Yeah, me too. You've given me hope, Emmanuel.
I have hope. I think if South Africa can wake up, then anyone can wake up.
Yeah, I think the Great Awakening is about to happen in my country on a massive scale. Yeah, and I will be. I will be. What is it? Summoning my inner Zulu warrior introjection when I deal with these crazy bitches at work. So
yeah.
I will think, what would Emmanuel say in this situation?
Stay strong, though, Jim, because a lot of people will test you, as I was saying about
Oh my God.
you know,
Every
people
day.
they poke you. There's a
Mm.
saying we have in Zulu that is about like taking a stick and poking. It's like poking the bear, or in Zulu would be poking the snake in its hole.
Yeah.
Right? It's like they'll do that. They'll test to see, like dumb kids not knowing any better. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. They will provoke you. They'll try
Yeah.
to go to do something wrong, and hopefully you'll make the right choice when the time comes.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to having that, like, really, how am I going to prove I'm not racist conversation? Oh, you want to talk about racism within this? Here, let me tell you, Mr. Labor person or whoever is going to be doing the investigation, like, about the racism I fucking see on a daily basis. Like, wouldn't it be amazing if they told on me for being racist and then
Backfired.
oh man, I can't fucking wait for that conversation. Because it's coming. It's coming. I'm going to be on the chopping block for racist comments. And I'm going to be like, oh, really? Because guess what? What about all this racism?
I can't believe they actually told you that they'd be recording.
Oh, yeah. She said she was going to record me, and she said she was going to tell on me, and then she lied to me when I asked her if she's seen any kind of treatment being different between, different races of people. And she said, no, I haven't seen that. And I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I mean, she's a liar, so I didn't expect her to tell the truth. But in the way she lied, totally told me the truth. I know she's witnessed a lot, like a lot. And she's been the recipient of said preferential treatment a lot.
Yeah.
People tend to forget what I see on a daily basis. So it's funny. There's so many guilty parties, Emmanuel. That's the thing. What I think a lot of the people that are wheat, that are acting like chaff right now, I think they're afraid because they've probably sold their soul to the devil a couple times at this job. So,
Wait, could you just say that again about the wheat and the chaff? Isn't the chaff the bad bit?
yeah, but there's wheat kind of behaving like chaff right now. Like, they're hiding behind the chaff, which I guess just makes them smaller chaff, right? They don't. It doesn't actually make them wheat. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm just gonna keep doing my fucking job, in the right thing, and telling the truth, and they can fuck all the way off with their lying, degenerate bullshit. Because the only thing going around is lies. So it's funny because none of them are going to touch me. Like, really, because they're not mine. I can't wait till next week.
I know the lie. I'm getting away with it, Jim.
Yeah.
I don't lie about you, getting it. It's.
Yeah. They don't have any evidence to back up anything that they say. It's all hearsay. It's all gossip. It's all toxic female nature. Because it's coming out of the cold. Hyenas.
How workplaces have been reduced to this. Like, I was listening to another person complaining about how it was on Sargon Avocado, Carl Benjamin. He was talking about how women were complaining about, a certain woman was complaining about how at work the boss never allows like never has her in a room without like some witness. And she's like complaining about the whole thing, and I think if I remember correctly, the guy was trying to. So obviously, this is like backlash for Me Too. Like it's clearly,
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's sad that yeah, man, it's like people don't understand unintended consequences.
Oh yes. Yep.
They've
No, I get it.
It destroyed, the work environment. But it is what it is. This is the world we're stuck in now. Where we have to like assume people are trying to trap us, either trying to accuse us of being
Yeah.
pervs or of
Like
being
them.
racist.
Yeah. Racist. That's a
Or
fun
being
one.
sexist, or being some other ist or ism.
Yeah.
Yeah. Phobic,
Mm-hmm.
phobe,
Well, she did mention my social media, and she heard I have social media where I like to talk about stuff, and she's looking for it, and she's looking for my Facebook. I was like, well, I don't have Facebook. I have Instagram though, and I know my Instagram. I'm pretty sure I've linked it to my YouTube channel, so I hope she fucking finds this. Not that she'd have the attention span to actually listen to a full length of one of these, but I think it'd be funny. I mean, I've given this channel out to many people at work, so the wheat and the chaff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like I think about what you do is like in a hole, a dig.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully, it's like just to carry on with the metaphor. It's like hopefully you'll dig just deep enough, right?
Yeah. To
And instead of
China.
you being stuck there, you pull it in.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be glorious.
Yeah. No, Kim, this was good.
This was good. Thank you, Emmanuel.
Yeah,
I
it was
needed
good
this
catching
therapy
up,
session.
going through some of the stuff. When we carry on trailing people, see if I
Okay.
come across some interesting stuff on South Africa. There's a lot of the stuff. A lot is happening. South Africa's never been this politically engaged and active.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. There's a general sense that something's going to happen. Like something's coming.
Yeah.
What it is, I don't know, but I feel like I get the sense that we are moving into a different era, and I just hope that we have the leaders to keep our country together and to help us navigate this whatever comes after the ANC. But I definitely get the sense that the ANC is dead. It's just a matter of when we are going to bury it now. That's just it.
Yeah.
That's just it. And what politics comes out of that, you'll have to wait and see. Hopefully, just something more common sense, and constructive, and something that can build an economy, accelerate growth, make people richer. South Africa is the economic powerhouse, but we've been a sleeping giant for so long that even even those dusty countries are now starting to catch up, and I don't. It like just as a matter of pride,
Right.
It's annoying. I just wish people could just wake up and just get back to what we were 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Growing at 5% or something like that. Just booming.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can get there.
Well, get all your women out of your fucking government, Emmanuel.
There's a lot of stuff that we need to
Get
rid
all
of.
your women out of all the leadership positions for all these companies that are
Lefties.
hiring.
Get the lefties out. We need to get all of them out. You know, if it were me, if I were a dictator, you know, I'd be doing a lot more. You know, just people must be glad that I have no intentions of going into politics.
Hey, I think maybe your country could be sorted out pretty quick with a benevolent dictator.
That's why everyone says, but most countries in Africa. But the problem with benevolent dictators, I also have the view that they lay the ground for the bad, the malevolent dictator.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, because what happens once they die and need to be replaced and happen to be replaced by malevolent dictators, because they have all the mechanisms of being a dictator, except this time they're being malevolent.
Well, pray that you live in the times of the prosperity of the benevolent dictator. Or just replace the malevolent one. I mean, that's not very hard.
But from from a results point of view, right? It's not really different. What's the difference between a democratically elected disaster of a president and a malevolent dictator? Really?
Nothing. Guess what I heard, though?
Not much.
Guess what I heard? Apparently, Trump announced that all of the executive orders that were signed by the feminist cult via Biden's auto pen while they were puppeting that poor old man and abusing him and using him as a front man to run our country into the ground are going to be null and void, all those orders.
How's that? Is there ways
All
for them to prove
all the
was
ones
not
that were
actually-
signed by an auto pen, which were most of them.
When they say the auto pen, what do they mean by that? Is that like
It was literally one of the crazy bitch cult members signing it with an auto pen. Biden didn't even do it.
But when you say auto pen, what is an auto pen? Do you mean like
It's like
an
his
electronic
automatic signature.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's not a pen, but it's like
Yeah. I
them
thought what you're saying. I
pressing
guess
a
they're saying
key,
that.
putting his signature
And then
on
yeah,
the document.
yeah, it's an electronic signature. Yeah. Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
not really him.
It wasn't. It was
You know
never
how
really
insane
him.
that is?
None of it was really him.
You know how insane it is to actually think about that.
Yeah.
Like to actually think that you had a president in name only.
Yeah. It was a
Like we
feminist
always
cult
say-
puppet.
We always say that like there are people controlling the elites, whatever, but like to have it like that blatant,
Yes.
And
And
like
nobody
that in your
said a
face.
damn thing about that poor old man being abused by his fucking wife because she's a cult member. Like, nobody said anything about that.
No, the emperor has clothes. No one should dare say he doesn't.
Right. Just like no one at my job should ever dare say black women get preferential treatment over everybody else. Yep.
Yeah, that's also crazy. The fact that you have a town that has like 50-something% people working for a particular,
My whole
college
county, 10%
and
black.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like 50%, 55% of the workforce.
Yep.
That's insane.
At the most admired, most important company that serves my community. Yes. It's the
in South
majority
Africa-
of my workforce. It's I live in little South Africa.
Yeah. If in South Africa, if we had that sort of thing, people would call it evidence of white supremacy.
Yes. Well, this is evidence
So-
of black supremacy.
That's my point.
Yeah. It's a thing. It's funny.
Good
I
luck,
left this
yeah.
I left this fucking career conference, right? I left at 10 o'clock, 2 hours after it started. I sure as shit walked by 5 fucking people that were just showing up. It's like they can't even be on time to that. Yeah. I'm sure they'll get promoted. All right, Emmanuel. Thank you for this. Thank you for the laughs. I needed some of this. Get ready for another week of the things.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir. You good luck. Let me know if anything cool pops off. We'll do like an emergency stream, okay?
Will do.
Emergency live on the ground. Emmanuel, what are you saying?
Oh man, these people always catch me dead, man. I was trying to get shot.
Sharpening my sword, GM. Hello. Shit's about to pop off and I've been waiting. Okay.
Oh man. Because these guys are probably like, they're literally sharpening their swords, and they're not really swords, spears, hangers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Let's just wait and see. I just hope we get through this peacefully and that these people leave. And that hopefully this government takes it seriously and actually boots them out. And like significantly so formalizes something like an ICE response. If all of that happens, I'll be a happy man. South is literally crying out for ICE, like begging for it.
Yeah, I know. You've been begging for it for fucking years.
Yeah.
Like, why are you guys so mean to your ICE agents? We'll adopt them. Why are you letting your women throw bricks at your ICE agents? We would stop that from happening. I know.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes.
Let's do it. All right. Good night, everybody. Thanks for joining.